He was, so it feels.
This
it
is a
feels
test to
constructive.
see if our audio is working, and it appears it is. Thank you. Hello, Mayor Alves, just confirming that you can hear us from the schoolhouse.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good. I know our cameras work, I think. So, we're good.
I don't see a camera feed from the hall yet. Oh, there you are. Okay, I see you now.
We're still waiting on
Hi,
Judith
Jeff.
and Craig.
Let's see if it comes over to me. Hi, Jeff.
Okay, now I see the full group.
There.
Oh, there's Mary. Hi, Mary.
There is a slight delay on changing the camera angle,
Yeah.
but it will get to you.
Jeff,
Okay.
I was thinking how it might be, add to the complexity that you're running the meeting from Zoom
Mhm.
and how we might be able to help you a little bit. I just was like thinking in my head, how's this gonna work for discussion and stuff? And I was thinking maybe we go in like either alpha order or from Mary to me or something like that. Like, how are you gonna call on people for the discussion when you can't see us?
Um,
I just figured
you
we should.
know, why don't I, what was the idea?
Just that we do an alphabetical order.
Either an alpha, like some sort of order, so you know how to call on
Yeah.
us. You can't
Okay.
see us.
What we used to do was sort of start at the far end of the dice where Mary is and just start with her and go down the line, if that's okay.
Fine. Oops. No.
So long as you don't mind going
Sorry.
first.
Or I could start the other end and Sarah could go first.
Let's have Mary go first.
Okay, let's see how she works under pressure.
You got this. You can do this. Okay.
I will place us on mute and turn camera off until you call the meeting to order.
Okay, I will do the same. Okay, it looks like it's 7 o'clock. Are we, I see everyone else is there. Hi, Mary.
We have the
We
audience.
have members of the audience we were waving at.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have had a close contact, and so an abundance of caution, I'm going to be chairing tonight's meeting from my home. But we're here at 7 o'clock and I see my colleagues on the dais, so I will call this meeting order. And can we call the roll, please?
Councilmember Haskell, here. Councilmember Hefty. Here. Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
I'm sorry, we're having some feedback in the schoolhouse. Vice Mayor Wernicott
Here.
and Mayor Alves.
Here. Okay. Our next item is a report out of closed session. The council did have a closed session on January 31st. It was on potential litigation against the town. We received an update primarily from town council. No action was taken. That's the report of the closed session. I will then move to oral communications. If you wish to address the council on a subject not on tonight's agenda, now is the time to do so. I see 4 hands raised. Dana, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I have been trying to get information about the Frog Pond biology report. I've asked about it and I can't seem to get an answer. So I would like to see the Frog Pond biology report because I'm helping students at Corte Madera who also want to see it. So who can answer that for me finally? Where can I get it? Why hasn't it been produced? And is that just another thing I'm not going to get an answer to tonight? Can someone get in touch with me tomorrow and tell me how I can see the Frog Pond biology report? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Our next hand raised is from Rita. Rita, go ahead.
I would like to thank the 2023 Town of Portola Valley Town Council for making an effort this year to include a proclamation for Black History Month. We've come a long way in Portola Valley from redlining and sundown restrictions, but still have a long way to go for some others to feel welcomed and willing to invest in our beautiful community. Many Black Americans have been celebrating Black History Month since the early 1960s, and in 1926, it was just a week-long celebration. The second week in February in honor of the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and President Lincoln. I'd like to read a message from Gerald Ford, who put it on the national calendar in 1976. In the bicentennial year of our independence, we can review with admiration the impressive contributions of Black Americans in our national life and culture. 100 years ago, to help highlight these achievements, Dr. Carter G. Woodson founded the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. We are grateful to him today for his initiative, and we are richer for the work of his organization. Freedom and the recognition of individual rights are what our revolution was all about. They were ideals that inspired our fight for independence, ideals that we have been striving to live up to ever since. Yet it took many years before these ideals became a reality for Black citizens. The last quarter century has finally witnessed significant strides in the full integration of Black people into every area of national life. In celebrating Black History Month, we can take satisfaction from this recent progress in the realization of the ideals envisioned by our founding fathers. But even more than this, we can seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every aspect of endeavor throughout our history. I urge my fellow citizens to join me in tribute to Black History Month and to the message of courage and perseverance it brings to us all. Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford's message was almost 50 years ago, and yes, there's been some progress, but more work needs to be done. As an African-American woman, I do not speak for all African Americans, but will gladly share my story with you. Please contact me for a walk or a coffee if you'd like to talk about this so that we can get to know each other. Let's always strive to do better and be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Our next hand raised is from Ellen Vernasa. Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I was asked by another neighbor regarding the food truck that is down in the no parking area on Alpine Road every day or many days. Is it licensed by the town? And is it licensed to park in the no parking area with its customers being in the no parking area? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we will follow up on that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Next up, yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, please go ahead, Jeremy.
my apologies. Yes, we're aware of that. It was reported as a code compliance action, and I understand our code compliance officers had a conversation with the purveyor of the food truck, and I think we've cleared up the issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Our next hand raised is Annalise Connell. Annalise, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You can hear me okay, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I learned last week that a new council member, Craig Taylor, has been appointed as the town council liaison to the Woodside Highlands Road Maintenance District Residents Advisory Committee. So welcome, Craig, and thank you. About 6 years ago, in 2017, the town paid Mr. Taylor $5,000 of taxpayer money to obtain legal advice on behalf of the Road Maintenance District. And that legal advice was put into emails between Mr. Taylor and the lawyer. As a resident of Woodside Highlands and a taxpayer in the Road Maintenance District, I would like to see those emails and the legal advice paid for by my taxes. I assume they were public documents. It seemed pretty straightforward. But the town doesn't have those emails. And this is a very peculiar story. There's a nonprofit corporation that operates in Woodside Highlands and has done for decades. It has no fixed source of income. And several members of the board of that corporation have been appointed to the town Resident Advisory Committee. It appears that right now, this corporation controls those emails, not the town. It is the corporation who decides who can see them and who cannot. I believe the town themselves have never seen those emails. So I learned last week that the corporation will be having a board meeting soon, which is open to the public, where they're going to discuss whether or not they should release these emails to the town so that the taxpayers like me can see them. Though the date has not yet been set, members of the public might like to attend and find out for yourself what's going on, and perhaps what's so unusual about these emails that they're being kept from the view of taxpayers. So that's what I wanted to let you know about, the public meeting of the corporation to see who can and cannot see the emails regarding legal issues regarding the road maintenance district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Annalise. Our next hand raised is Peter Lipman. Peter, please go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Peter,
it took me a moment to get a message allowing me to unmute. I'd just like to request that the town council, the town committees, and the town staff straighten out their usage of the terminology for the 7 acres of land that has long been known as Dorothy Ford Park. And this is prompted in part because in the packet today, there's mention of Dorothy Ford Field. To my understanding, Ford Field is a part of the 7 acres that has long been called Dorothy Ford Park. And it would really be helpful to be consistent about this. A very, very minor thing, but it really is confusing to have such inconsistent usage of the wording, because obviously this is going to be a topic much discussed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, our next hand raised is from Karen Askey. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I am on the ADU task force, and one of my tasks was to collect the surveys that might have been in print from the town center and the library. And I went in there last week, and I just wanted to tell you how pleased I was that the office was open. I was thrilled to actually see somebody there. And I want to say thank you, and I'm hoping that you can publicize it more and you can create greater access and just start to offer that high level of service to the residents. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Our next hand raised is Christy Corley. Christy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I also agree with Peter Littman regarding Dorothy Ford Field. Ford Field is a Little League field. It's an official Little League field. And Dorothy Ford Park is right next to it with the two large trees. So I'd like to always see these two items with consistency and clear with the residents. Thank you. And I also have another comment. There is information out there in regards to license plate readers from the company Flock, which many cities use, including our own town of Portola Valley. That company gives 60-day free pilot programs for additional license plate readers. We could add license plate readers to the hotspot streets of crime in our town. How about we use this 60-day free program while this crime wave is happening, if it benefits our town? Some of the other towns are considering extending their pilot programs, and they have added hotspot streets to their license plate reader usage. Is this something we could look into? Can our outside grant person keep this in mind in writing grants? This would be great because of the robberies in the area, and a great way to attract residents to our town and show that we take personal safety seriously. We are a Royal Tech town. Let's be in the news for being proactive on crime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
through the chair, if I just make a clarifying comment, the town does not utilize Flock cameras as part of their ALPR system. We utilize Vigilant cameras at 3 locations in town. The 4th is in Ladera that the county purchased. We have 100% coverage, but I just wanted, the Flock cameras are a much newer camera in the last year-ish or so. We don't use those at this time. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that, Jeremy. Yes. Okay. Are there hands raised in the chambers? I cannot see.
No.
Okay. I see one more hand. That's Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to ask whether, do we have a performance result from the 5th housing cycle with respect to meeting our RENA unit obligation, which I believe was 62. In a prior meeting of the Housing Element Committee, I believe, or the Planning Commission, Laura had indicated that we probably are going to approach 100. So do we have a result yet? If not, when will the result be available? And I assume it'll be classified within the 4 income categories. Thank you.
Steph, is there a quick answer to that question?
Yes, we provide that annual report to the council typically in March or April. So that will be coming next month.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands raised, so we will move on. Our next item is a proclamation of the town of Portola Valley designating February 2023 as Black History Month. I'm going to read that proclamation and I'm going to share my screen. And I just want to point out, in response to a comment from a resident, I actually have actually modified the proclamation from what is in the packet. I apologize for the confusion there, but this was something that was requested, and I thought it was a reasonable request, and I've done what I can here. So this is a little different from what you saw in the packet, but bear with me. The town of Portola Valley designates February 2023 as Black History Month. Whereas in 1970, Black United students and Black educators at Kent State University, building on work begun in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson to bring attention to the need to acknowledge and accurately represent Black and African American history, founded Black History Month. And beginning in 1976, every United States president has declared the month of February as Black History Month. And whereas Black and African Americans have made innumerable contributions that have enriched America, and indeed the lives of every American, and every American should acknowledge and express thankfulness for these contributions, and Black and African Americans have made and continue to make America a better place and Americans a better people. And whereas throughout the arc of history to the present day, Black and African Americans have experienced and endured the inhumanity of injustices and inequities, not just from societal and institutional biases and racism rooted in white supremacy, but also from other Americans. And whereas it is a moral imperative that each of us learns about, sheds light upon, and condemns the inhumanity of injustices and inequities that Black and African Americans continue to experience and endure, and furthermore, that each of us takes action to realize true reforms. And whereas to be silent in voice and complacent in action is to be complicit in this inhumanity and injustice. And now, therefore, I, Jeff Alfs, Mayor of the town of Portola Valley, California, do hereby recognize February 2023 as National Black History Month. And I call upon each one of us to listen to Black voices, to learn about experiences of Black and African Americans throughout history as well as today, to shed light upon and condemn the inhumanity of injustices and inequities that Black and African Americans experience and endure, to take ownership for each of our roles in perpetuating these, to confront and end biases and racism stoked by white supremacy, and to take action to realize true reforms in ourselves, our community, our culture, and our institutions to abolish injustice and inequities that Black and African Americans still experience and endure today. And with humility and love for one another, taking action for true reforms, may we join hands as a united and diverse America and lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring, ring with harmonies of liberty for all. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I presume you're
Yes.
looking for comments from the council members on the amended
Oh,
proclamation.
absolutely, please.
Any questions?
So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. If that goes into the packet, just put 2023, but it's nice
Yeah,
enhanced.
yeah.
No,
My mistake.
it's not a criticism. It's just, let's make the record.
Oh,
robust.
yeah, my mistake. But thank you. Okay.
No, and thank you for the enhanced version and reading it. Really appreciate it.
This was pointed out to me by a resident and I liked it much better. So I just went ahead and did it. So thank you. Okay. Our next item is the consent
Mr.
agenda.
I have
Yes.
one other comment. I think.
Oh, sorry.
that
Go ahead, Mary.
For process, in general, it should have come from the Race and Equity Committee and then come up to the, and it might be worth if we could sort of keep track of the calendar and recognize that we need to call on our committees when they would have a true role in making sure that we get it as easy on the council as we can, as well vetted as possible by the time it gets to us. That may not be correct in others' estimation, but it just seems that we have that committee. We should use it. And I think
Yep.
they're lined up for next year.
That's good to know. I agree. We honestly, it's kind of, we've done these things very informally over the years, and it's always good to, I agree, more eyes, and this is probably better in the long run, but and Rice and Equity would be a great place to start. So thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you should take public comment too.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Is there public comment on the proclamation? Are there hands raised in the chamber there?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised on Zoom either, so thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 5, which is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are typically approved on one vote. We will start with public comment on the consent agenda, and then council members may choose to pull items from the agenda. So first, is there public comment on items on the consent agenda? I see Rita's hand up. Rita, go ahead.
Yes, I believe that the town should be pulling item 5E. There is a issue with it based on the, whatever it's justifying it. But I did not see a development agreement attached. It said something about it would be go forward if there was a, that's a later one. 5E is about the $25,000 for 5E is the $25,000 increase for the attorney Jarvis. And at the last meeting, when that was discussed, Attorney Jarvis was there. I believe I had asked when was that original contract approved, and asked about how much we've been spending for the housing element at this point. And it was mentioned that it was approved at an earlier town council meeting. I looked through the minutes of the previous town council meetings, and in this particular packet, it shows that that was signed possibly on December 6th, and did not find any information in the previous and past town council packets about that. But there was a e-signature by Attorney Cara Silver and e-signature with Jeremy Dennis, but with no dates on it. So I'm unclear, and I know that the public has asked for a counting of how much has been spent on the housing element, and without the audits and year-end financials being done, that information has not been shared with the public. But we'd really like to know, especially with all this housing element information being out in the news. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next hand raised is Nan Shostak. Nan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I have a comment on item 5D, the appointment of committee members. I just wanted to say that I'm so pleased that you're considering appointing Bob Rucky to the Geologic Safety Committee. Bob will be an invaluable addition to the committee as an official member. He's been working with his dad, Chet Rucky, who is a very, very well-recognized geologist for years, and Bob has studied geology by himself on his own and in school officially. And Bob is a co-author of the paper that found the correct location for the active trace of the San Andreas Fault near Alpine Road, which is a very, very important addition to our understanding of our seismic hazard here. And just wanted to, assuming that you make the appointment, wanted to welcome Bob to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Our next hand raised is Carolyn Vertonghen. Carolyn, go ahead.
Good evening, Town Council and Mayor Alf. Thank you. I have the same comments as Rita. I was hoping that you can pull item E of the agenda for the same reasons as Rita mentioned, but also I've also been looking through the warrant list. I would like to know which month that we had the 25,000. The town has been working with a deficit, and we have a long list of unanswered questions. Every time we asked the town council during town council meetings, we were told that this was going to be taken offline, and so far we have not gotten an answer. I think we would like to have transparency here. Not only this 25,000 that you want to add to previous legal services, but as you remember, I asked you at the last town council meeting what happened to the ACD contract. You know, we have spent more than other towns on the ACD and 21st element and the other urban planning. And we want full accountability. So we would like to know what the numbers are. That ACD contract ended in December, I believe. And it was staff again who negotiated the extension. We still don't know how much we spent. And like I said, we would like to have transparency and have all the numbers and dates revealed during town council meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. Next hand raised is Karen Askey. Karen, go ahead.
There
You
we
unmuted.
go. Can you hear me now? I'm on
Sorry,
mute.
I unmuted Patty by mistake. Patty, can you hold on? I'll leave you on, but just wait till Karen finishes. Sorry about that.
Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yeah, I have two comments and questions. On the warrant list, for transparency purposes and fiscal concerns that we all have, I'm just wondering if there's a way to get a better understanding of what the services or projects are associated with some of those expenses. And call me anal, but when I see a number of roofing companies all receiving a payment or a pool service, I kind of wonder what we're doing and why we have so many roofing companies. So I just think in terms of educating the public on some of these expenses and what they're for, it would be really helpful. So that's just a question for you. And then on 5D, this is a process issue. This has nothing to do with the candidate who I don't know, but for Parks and Rec, the candidate lives outside of the town boundaries. So I know there's an exception process for that, but I don't believe that there's been a discussion about that and how the exception was granted. So I'm hoping that might get pulled so the committee can discuss it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
through the chair, if I can make just a quick comment on the warrant list.
please.
The information that I think is being requested is on the warrant list now. It's limited in the format that we have, but just to take people there. If you go to page, we'll pick page 8, page 9 of the packet. There was a reference to roofing construction. If there's a vendor about halfway down, SH Roofing and Construction. If you look just below that, there's a description of what that of what we're paying for. And in many cases, a lot of these companies, in this case, it's a refund of a deposit for an application, land use application. So that information is listed under the column special information on the warrant list. So hopefully that's sufficient for the majority of the items that are approved by the council through this process. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that, Jeremy. Yeah, I was going to make that same point. Okay, Patty, you're up, and let's reset the clock for Patty. Go ahead, Patty.
Thanks, everybody. Jeremy and I exchanged emails on this today. So Jeremy, I apologize if this is overlap, but I would request that the candidate for Parks and Rec be taken offline.
Jeff, yeah, Patty beat me to the punch. I was going to say that in the email that we had that we continued this item to a later meeting per the request of the chair of the Parks and Rec Committee.
Yes, and to be fair, that was my mistake. I got a bunch of appointments that came through, and I was thinking that they were waiting for me to approve them, and in this one I was mistaken. So I assume that we will pull that when we get to that. Then when you actually start pulling consent agenda votes, and that we will do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised on Zoom for consent agenda items. Are there any hands raised in the chamber?
No, there are not.
Okay. In that case,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah.
if I could just respond to the questions about the Jarvis Fay legal expenses.
Please.
So with respect to the original contract was under the town manager's contract authority. So what we typically do is authorize contracts under that amount through an administrative contract review. And that contract was issued. The amount in the contract was expended over a period of time. I don't believe there's a warrant for a flat $25,000. It's a time and materials contract. So that amount was expended, and since we spent that amount, the process is to then go to the council for additional contract authority. So that's what we are doing with this item. And then for the additional housing element expenses, I do believe that there are some additional contracts that are coming forward, possibly at the next meeting, and there will be some further background on the expenses associated with that. But obviously, you know, when you go through a 2-year process of housing element update with very extensive community engagement, and studies and analyses, there is a cost associated with that. And that those are reflected for the most part in the outside consultant contracts that we have entered into.
Okay, thank you. Cara, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. I don't see a microphone close to you. You might want to just make sure there's one near you when you're talking. Thanks. Okay, I do not see any other hands raised. So for the consent agenda, we will pull item 5D and go through those appointments. Is there any other item council members would like to pull from consent?
I would pull 5E. I have a couple questions.
Okay, so 5D and 5E will be pulled. Any other items? If not, I will take a motion on items 5A, B, and C.
I move to approve 5A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, moved by Hufty, seconded by Taylor. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. For item 5D, I believe that the other 4 appointments, so Marianne Berkowitz, we was requested that we continue her appointment, but the other 4, Ivy Margolis, Linda Millard, Randy True, and Robert Rucky are all, I believe, ready to be approved. Is there any question on this or comment?
Were any of these 4 that remain outside of Portola Valley? I wasn't quite sure what that comment pertained to.
Oh, sorry. The comment, I believe, was to Marianne Berkowitz specifically. I think the other 4, as far as I know, do live in town.
Okay, thank you.
And I know that I had spoken to, Patty was the one chair that I guess I didn't speak to about the appointment. So I believe I got concurrence from the other 4 chairs on their appointments. And I apologize again for missing Patty and not asking her about this one. So yes, please.
I move the appointment of the allotted 4 positions.
Second.
Okay, moved by Hufty, seconded by Haskell, to appoint Ivy Margolis, Linda Millard, Randy True, and Robert Rucky. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Yes.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Item 5E, Councilmember Haskell had a question, as perhaps do others. Judith, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I know Cara tried to address this. Is there a prior engagement letter that was signed to cover the prior services, or is this the only one that exists and we're just over the amount?
Yes, this is the only contract that exists. And so what we typically do is just add additional budget funds to this particular contract.
So they went through $25,000 in from December through now, essentially.
Correct. And it may not be, this particular contract may not be completely out of funds, but we wanted to get it to you in time.
My last question is, how far are we projecting this might get us? I mean, like looking forward, how do you look at that?
My hope is that it will get us through adoption of the housing element and certification by HCD, and that there will be excess funds.
Thank you.
I will go down the line then, just to make sure everyone gets a chance to comment. Mary, did you have any questions on this one?
Oh, I don't know if it's completely out of line to ask what he's paid per hour.
It's in the letter.
Is it?
It's in, the hourly rate is in the contract. I believe
Sorry.
it's-
Paragraph 2, anywhere between 380 for senior partners per
Oh,
hour,
I see.
et
It's not-
cetera.
It's not just for drivers. Okay.
Mary, any
that's
other
all.
questions?
That's all I got.
Okay, Craig, any questions?
No.
Okay, and Judith asked hers. Sarah, any questions for you?
No.
Okay, we had some public comment. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Rita, you already commented on this one. Go ahead if you've got an extra comment.
Thank you. My comment was about it being pulled and examined, but I really am concerned with how much money we are actually paying and who is just approving these. I'm not privy to how these decisions are being made, but I do see that as a lot, $25,000 and the dates of the document, which was December 6th. And the contract says that it started on December 1st, and the two signatures do not have a date on those two signatures. And so what is the process of getting these? And when will we see some kind of transparency on how much is being charged? Because this charge has not shown up on the warrant list, and maybe I've missed it. But if these charges are pending, it's not on this warrant list, and I don't believe it was on the last warrant list unless I had missed it. And so are we going to next town council meeting have another $75,000 in attorney fees like we had in the previous one? It's just a concern because we are pulling money out of the reserves and we have not closed the books for 2021 and we're behind on our audits. So I do have a valid concern, and I feel like I'm talking in an empty room, and I know that room's not empty. So please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this? Okay, are there any hands raised in the chamber?
No.
Okay, then discussion. Does anyone? I can take discussion or a motion to approve, whatever.
I have a quick comment.
Sure.
Typically, billing is monthly in arrears. So the amount accrued for December and January should be starting to come out in the warrant list soon, right? It's just that it lags because they bill, then you pay. So I would imagine the next warrant list will have, or maybe not the next one, but in the next month, you'll have more detail about that.
That's correct.
And how do the controls work to engage additional services? Is it the attorney says, here's the work that I recommend that you do, or Cara says, here's the work that we need and it's approved? How does that process work?
It certainly works differently with different legal services, but this particular contract has been administered through my office. If I have a request for services to be performed, such as review of the mitigated negative declaration, attendance at a meeting, review of various studies. Then I assign the work, then the bills would come to me. I would review the bills, make sure that the services are in line with what I would requested, and then forward them to the town hall, town staff, and they're processed. And they typically, it takes 30 to 60 days to process the bills. So we would expect to see them in about a month time on the warrant list.
Okay, so they'll start showing up then, and because the work is ongoing, we'll start seeing regular warrant items as appropriate. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
And actually, it's not really, it's more a question for information from our attorney and the other council members have more experience. But we have a highly talented, currently legal staff on our legal group on our planning commission. And we have a lot of legal talent on our committees, and we have a lot of legal talent in our community who would be happy to do this for free. Can we, is there a reason why we can't utilize them? And because they are the most motivated to keep us out of litigation. They're the most motivated to decrease our costs, and they're the cheapest.
As far as volunteers go, I am not providing legal advice at all to the town. I'm not able to due to my obligations to my firm, and I don't purport to do that. What I try to do is facilitate the questions and rely on Cara to say what's within her bailiwick and what needs to be supported. I presume, Cara, because of the time crunch we're under, that's part of the need for outside resources, as well as, and fill in the blank here, tell me if I'm wrong, special expertise.
Yes, that's correct. And we do have a lot of wonderful legal talent in town. Most of the legal talent on that I have interacted with are no longer licensed to practice law. So if you've retired and you haven't kept up your bar membership, then you just prohibited from practicing law. But they
Yeah,
can certainly
They
provide
can provide advice,
Yeah,
and then you get need many less hours or other people, possibly more.
And that's obviously a risk analysis for the council to consider. There's no insurance or stopgaps when you have people who are not licensed to practice law like that.
Okay. Craig, did you have any comments on this?
No.
Okay. Sarah, anything to add?
No.
I just want to say, having worked with Greg a couple of times or Rick on a couple of things. I appreciate having someone who's a very accomplished CEQA lawyer with us. We obviously have a lot of serious CEQA concerns. So I sleep a little better knowing we have this in place. So thank you to staff for arranging this, and I will entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
I second it.
Moved by Wernicott, seconded by Hefty. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 6A, which is the colleagues memo from Council members Haskell and Taylor, proposed process for implementation of sunrise provision of the housing element. I'm going to start on this one, just point out, yes, this is talking about things that are happening after the housing element has been adopted. We will start with a short sort of summary and some background on just the status of the housing element and the process we're going through. We'll start with that, but this is the discussion for things that are going to happen afterwards. So I think Laura, I believe, is going to give us a very brief summary of where we are with submitting the housing element. Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director. Based on the feedback that we received from the town council at the last meeting where you discussed this, we have a newly revised schedule to move the town towards adoption. Right now, tentatively, that includes a planning commission meeting on February 15th. We expect that to be focused primarily on the mitigated negative declaration and hearing from the fire marshal. So that meeting is upcoming. And then we had tentatively scheduled another planning commission meeting for March 1st to make a formal recommendation. But we are working with all 5 planning commissioners right now to see if we can schedule that meeting at a time when all 5 can attend, given the importance of the item. So we're going to try to make that work. So that date might change. And then we expect the housing element and associated materials to come before the town council on March 22nd. And then potentially a special meeting the following week on March 29th to try to achieve the goal that the council had set out of approving the housing element within approximately 60 days. So that's the plan that we have right now. There are a number of items that we've been able to resolve in the last couple of days, as well as a number of items that we're continuing to pursue, following up on the discussion that we had with the council at the last meeting. So I am available to answer any questions. And as you move on to the colleagues memo, that's certainly within your purview, but if there's any assistance or any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to do that as well.
Thank you, Laura. What I think I'll do is Craig and Judith, did you want to present the colleagues memo? And then we can, after that, we can take council questions for either Laura, Craig, or Judith. Is that acceptable?
Yeah,
Sure. First, it's my mistake that I referred to Dorothy Ford Field here. It should be Dorothy Ford Park, and I will note the comments from the public going forward. But nevertheless, we all realize that we are under tight timelines to submit the housing element to avoid the negative impacts that go with not having a compliant element. That being said, the sunrise provision was a unique aspect that was built into the current housing element proposal. And we really want to take advantage of that, assuming it is in fact approved, and so to speak, hit the ground running to identify any changes in available properties, to pressure test some of the properties, and then also to have a repository that's easily accessible for some of the frequently asked questions. We thought those would be very helpful items for the public to see progressing and compiled. So our colleagues memo is focused on those particular efforts. First, to expedite evaluation of alternative sites for inclusion in the housing element after adoption of the element in 2023, and then to develop the repository of information. Craig, fill in or provide more context as you feel.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let you go and then.
Yeah.
Done?
I'm done.
Yeah. So the first thing, Jeff, the way you stated that, I don't think was quite the original intent, which was, this was a post housing element process, but at least my initial thought was that this is going to be passed as part of the housing element. So that we're basically trying to sort of pass these concurrent to sort of say, these are the things that we're committing to after we pass the housing element, not somehow we'll get to this later and then figure out what it is. So I guess I'm thinking that the actual agreement on what things we think are important post housing element we'll do sooner than later. The other area that when I look through this stuff, and I'm not sure the right time to talk about this, so help me understand that, is the sunrise provision, I think needs to be discussed because it seems like it's changed from its original intent. So I'm not sure where to fit that into this whole thing, but I'll bring that up and we can have more of a conversation and discussion. And then, I'd like to basically, if the rest of the council is amenable, is basically gather additional input from Planning Commission and staff so we can sort of make this a sort of more formal proposal. And then I think we could put it in multiple ways. They could be potentially conditions of approval on the housing element. They might be a housing element program that we add to it, or it could be some proclamation. So I think that's the other thing as we think through this in the discussion, I'd like to talk about.
So, but Craig, let me just clarify. You're looking, I thought the concept was we're looking for approval for initial steps. And this is an initial layout of some things that seem to make sense to us. And then, of course, it can be refined by input from staff and the planning commission. I just want to make sure we're talking about it in the same way, or if you disagree with that, feel free.
No, I sort of feel like there's going to be some additional things that are going to come up. Like this is our first cut at it. I don't think this is the final.
It's not everything.
It's not
Yeah,
everything. Yeah, and then-
absolutely.
yes, and then we're completely aligned. End of presentation.
Okay. Are there council questions for Craig or Judith or Laura? Mary, do you have any questions?
Oh, I think it's great. I think they're doing, it's a wonderful idea and hats off to you for pulling it together. The final bullet on your write-up, which of course I'm having trouble finding now, but at any rate.
Develop a strategy
Yes,
and related policies
thank
and
you very much.
procedures to guide inclusionary housing expenditures
Yeah.
and other incentives for
So
affordable housing.
one of my requests would be that be removed from this, particularly that the inclusionary housing fund policy be taken care of separately and with a separate memo, which I have been working on, but I haven't gotten it to everybody. Because I think that there's an urgency around getting that policy set that doesn't waits for no process, no bureaucratic process to occur. And that we can go ahead and move to, I would like to suggest that perhaps I don't need to have a colleague's memo to suggest that we have a ad hoc committee that works with the finance committee and other committees to put together that inclusionary housing fund policy. As soon as possible.
So you
If
would,
it has to wait 2 weeks, that's okay, but if we could make that, getting that ad hoc committee going now, that would give us 2 weeks ahead. Where we would actually be having a better idea what we're doing with that money.
so are we questions or comments?
We're in questions still.
We're in
so-
questions, yeah.
So my questions are, would you be willing to remove that and make it a separate ad hoc committee for the inclusionary fund?
I say, let's talk about it when we get to discussion. So
Okay. Mary, other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Craig, do you have questions on this? Do you have
Questions
questions
for
for
my own-
Laura?
For my
No,
own-
questions for Laura, as was more I'm wondering.
No, thank you.
Okay. Judith, do you have any other questions or, okay. Sarah, what about you?
Yes, I have some questions. So I guess I'm breaking my questions down into Laura's presentation versus the colleagues memo.
Mhm.
And first on Laura's presentation, thank you for reviewing the dates, and I know it's going to be a lot of hard work to get there. And so I appreciate the team effort and all the great work going on by the staff. The question that I have related to that is based on what you know right now, and I know we learn new things all the time, every day. What do you foresee that could potentially be a roadblock to us having the final meeting on March 29th? And I guess, my motivation for this is, I know, again, I mentioned the crystal ball several times at the last meeting, but I just want to make sure as we're going through this process, we're being as wide-eyed as possible and adding meetings if necessary along the way in time to be able to hit the end of March. And I guess the other thing I wanted to say about adding meetings is that I know adding meetings adds a lot of work to staff. And to me, it's more about because we must know at this point, what are the kind of critical path items we need to get through? And so perhaps that's spreading over more meetings versus not necessarily new subjects. So in sum, just trying to figure out, would it be helpful to add any additional meetings at this point? I raised this last time, but it's all in the motivation to really try and hit this date.
So when we are looking at the critical path to get to adoption, there were a number of things that we had been working on with property owners and interested neighbors. And we have made progress on a number of those things. There may be some things where full consensus cannot be reached, and that just happens, you know, when we're in a process like this. And so there might be a few issues that are not fully resolved that will, the Planning Commission and ultimately the council will have to weed through that and make recommendation and decision if we haven't reached complete consensus on those things. But I do think those issues are at the point that we'll be able to take them forward on the schedule that we anticipate, you know, with a lot of work in the details. One of the challenges that we've always had with this housing element has been related to the details of the opt-in program. The Planning Commission has talked about it several times, and there's not necessarily consensus on the Planning Commission, but we have 2 new members, and that is somewhat of a challenging topic. So that is one thing that, again, we might not have complete resolution or consensus on from the Planning Commission that we may need to bring to the council for your consideration and ultimately decision. So there's a lot of small details, but we've made a lot of progress on those small details. So it will require the Planning Commission to be very focused in their next 2 meetings, but based on how the discussion has gone so far, I think it is achievable to finish what we need to in those 2 meetings. So, of course, both those meetings, this will be the only item on their agenda. And then in terms of the council's review, I would defer to you. We've scheduled 2 meetings, so we would prepare all of the materials for you, and that way you would have 2 opportunities to discuss this, and the town manager can speak to this more, but my understanding is that this would be the major item on the 22nd and the only item on the 29th. So that really robust discussion could be had and public comment could be given. So I do feel optimistic and positive about the 4 meeting schedule that we have to get us to completion by the end of March, but certainly open to hearing the council's feedback and direction on any alternatives you would like us to make.
So I guess I look to my counterparts here on that second part, and how is the group feeling about having 2 meetings for the housing element at this point?
I don't know what I don't know yet. I'm not willing to commit one way or the other. I'm willing to commit to be there. I'm willing to commit really to work really hard during those meetings. I can't predict beyond that.
I'm happy to do it. I think it's better if we don't want to be the ones who slow the process down, that's for sure.
Right. I think my question is do you guys think it behooves us to add a 3rd meeting?
Well, we have 3 meetings between now and, right? I mean, we have.
Have 2 that are on the housing element right now. We have 1 on the 22nd of March. Because my understanding is the goal is to make sure that when we wait for the Planning Commission to get through their meetings.
Right.
So their second meeting is March 1st. And my understanding is Laura wants some time to be able to turn that around. And so the first time, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, the first time that we would see the housing element would be March 22nd.
We should do it.
So I guess I'm just trying to think ahead, you know, if the goal is to get to the 29th.
Well, I would say if all we have is a meeting on the 22nd and the 29th, that feels overly optimistic.
That's what
But I guess I don't accept the premise that everything has to be done with the Planning Commission before we even begin to think about this thing. In other words, I think there's plenty to think about, particularly as we're talking about some of this post-approval stuff and some of the other things that we're about to discuss. And I think we could get a lot of this stuff aligned with what planning commission's doing. So when they're done, this stuff would fit together neatly and move forward. So yeah, I guess I feel if it's just two, that feels, too limited. But I think
That's
we
what was
have,
proposed. Yeah.
well, okay, but I think we have time between now and the end of March, or, right? Yeah, the end of March. I think we could do it. And I think we can make it work. I just not quite in that limited time.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to daylight, because, the dates that Laura were suggested is really, we're not focused on it until March 22nd, and then the next meeting is the 29th. And so, I don't know, to recap, I think what I'm hearing from you, Craig, is the question, Laura, does it need to be linear? My assumption was that it would not be coming to us until the planning commission was done. Sounds like maybe there's a question around that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Craig, but.
Yeah, that's the typical process. The state law on these kinds of actions require that the planning commission make a recommendation to the council. So that's a requirement, legal requirement, not just a practice. So they have to make a formal recommendation. If the council wanted to engage with this material in a study session format, then Cara and I could discuss how to do that and think about if there's any legal reasons why we couldn't. And from a practical point of view, it would likely be the same kinds of materials that the planning commission was considering, though. If we were producing different materials, then we wouldn't be able to do that. There's also times when planning commissions and councils have joint meetings. So that could also be an option if you wanted to be more creative about this and less linear. So I would have to think about other approaches, and I would want to hear from the council what kinds of information or what kinds of discussion you would want. So let me give you an example of some of the things that we have planned. We have quite a large consultant team that worked on the CEQA document, the mitigated negative declaration, and the response to comments. And we're checking all of their schedules to come to the March 22nd meeting, for example, so that you would have an opportunity to ask questions of all of our technical team. So we would just need to figure out how to structure those meetings if you want to do something different.
I mean, it seems to me that we should follow the right process. I don't think having parallel discussions is going to be useful. Sometimes the planning commission sifting through and presenting their views can be a very fruitful information source for the council. So I personally would not try and do that. We've all been listening in, and I'm going to continue to listen in for all of those meetings, and I think they'll be very helpful to me. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, I thought we were talking about our memo. So I'm not sure where we're going.
Yeah.
So we sort of version a discussion here, and I don't want to stop the discussion, but I'll suggest, why don't we take public comment now and come back and include this in the discussion after the public comment? Is that
Jeff,
good?
in the chambers,
Yes.
we have someone's raised their hands who's been diligently waiting. So Bob, do you want to come? Bob?
Yeah, go ahead, Bob. I don't hear Bob. Is he talking?
Just give us a moment.
Nope, no worries.
Okay, there it is. Bob Adams. You gave us a lot of dates, and I tried to write them all down, and I tried to say what they were. Can you kind of go through the dates and what the meeting is and what the topic is? Because that would be very helpful for me to understand the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, other public comment. Okay, I see Christy Corley's hand up. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question about the meetings. The 22nd meeting produces minutes that are not available till the 29th meeting. How do we educate the residents in 1 week? So I'm concerned about special meetings with 24-hour notice versus regular meetings with 72-hour notice. So I'm concerned about that. And a lot of times, sometimes minutes have been put on multiple minutes have been put on one meeting. So we're trying to keep the public informed and not rushed. And I don't know how you can get out more information between a meeting that would be a week apart. Can you please explain that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, I was trying to follow the dialogue between everyone, and it seems that the responsibility, we have two great new council members that were on the Planning Commission, and it seems like the responsibility is put on them in their council positions and then not on the Planning Commission as a whole. And, you know, I know we have new people and they're being brought up to speed, similar to how the new council people are being brought up to speed in their new positions on the council. I don't think we should take away responsibilities from the new council member, the new commission members on the Planning Commission because they're new, and add that weight onto these great town council people because they used to be on the Planning Commission. You know, they're diluting their responsibilities, you know, just spreading it too thin, and we don't want to burn them out. So I'm trying to follow what's being said, and you know, the responsibility seems to be back onto the Planning Commission, not onto these two people that were prior Planning Commission members. Thank you. And if I got it backwards, sorry, but I'm just trying to follow the dialogue that's being said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Carolyn is up next. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a little confused as well, so please correct me if I have it wrong. But the planning director mentioned a couple times that there are two new people on the planning committee, and I thought that we're still deciding on that we have new members on the ASCC committee. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what was alluded before, we have a very valuable resident, Linda Brothers, who is an expert in CEQA law. And we have tried, I mean, I believe she applied to both committees to provide input for free to the town council. So I'm a little confused, and I hope you can give me some clarification. Please don't refer me to offline because we never get these answers and we are very frustrated. So please help us, you know, make it peaceful and just clarify and give us an explanation. Thank you.
I'll quickly explain something, Carolyn. Linda Brothers is one of the new planning commissioners who was appointed last month. So she is in fact working on all this right now. So thank you. Is there other public comment? I do not see other hands. Oh, Greg. No, his hand's, I saw Greg's hand for a moment. It's gone now. No? Okay, it's back. Greg, go ahead.
Hi, sorry for the confusion. With respect to this timetable, I had asked at the last council meeting when it was revealed that the Whites had withdrawn their 4394 property from consideration as RENA units. So essentially that leaves a 23 unit hole in our housing element draft. And the question I have is, with respect to this schedule, what is the process by which those replacement units, I assume they're going to be replaced in the draft housing element, what's the process for selecting the sites that will replace that 23 unit deficit? And then another question I asked, I think in the December meeting, is has and will insurability, i.e. the cost and availability of insurance, be used as a criteria for selection of the location of these sites? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Is there other public comment? Okay, I do not see any other hands up from the public. Are there any hands raised in the chamber?
No.
Okay, great. Okay, then I will bring it back to the council for discussion.
Through the
So,
chair,
please.
Jeff, just real quick, I wanted to apologize, guys. When I was asking my questions, I said I had two parts. One was to address Laura's comments, and the second was going to be to get to the memo. And I think we went to public comment before I could get to the memo. So didn't mean to derail the memo. I was just trying to take it in order there.
Do you want to just start with your comments, questions on the memo, Sarah?
Sure. So first of all, I agree with what's been said. I think it's great that that you guys have taken the initiative to put some structure around what this is going to be. One question I have is comments that you had, Craig, about the sunrise and misunderstanding there. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about that, what that might be. So we can take on my questions one by one, or sure.
Yeah, I'm happy. So when it was originally proposed, it was proposed for 3 years out. And as I understand, and then it came back to the council and it was going to be 2 years. And now it's actually seems like it's 1 year and we're putting out an RFP. And my issue with that is if you're putting out an RFP after 1 year, it's either you're still working to not honor the RFP or you're sort of not doing it in good faith. So that felt like all of a sudden this thing that was 3 years somehow became like 11 months. So I don't know, issue's the right word. I'm worried about this process. This process seems like it's taken the sunrise, which I think some of us think is incredibly valuable and important, and sort of defanged it and turned it into something that hardly matters anymore. So I wasn't sure when we were going to have an opportunity to visit this framing, because it's concerning.
What do you mean by RFP and what are you talking about in a year? I might be missing some information here.
So my understanding was after the first year, we're going to send out an RFP to low-income housing developers to come back with proposals for Dorothy Ford Park. So, and then we have like a year before we might execute something with them. But that seems like we've already decided in a year from now that we've already given up on Dorothy Ford Park. And that's the thing I have an issue with.
And I hadn't heard that, so
Yeah.
that's important
I mean,
to know.
unless I misunderstand the process, and Laura, you might be able to help fill this in as well, but did I misread?
Does staff want to clarify that, or?
Yeah, I'd be happy to try. In the
Thanks.
housing element itself, in the draft that everybody has seen, it's program 3-1 in the initial HCD draft. This version of the housing element is the one we submitted to HCD and the one that the council gave us direction to submit this. And so this says that we would begin the site planning process in January of 2024 and issue a request for proposals by September of 2024. So there was quite a bit of discussion at the town council meeting. I believe it was July 13th about what should be included here and what the timeline should be. We talked about that quite a bit. And then the council created a subcommittee of the then mayor and vice mayor that worked with staff on some of the final wording of this. And so this is different than what the planning commission discussed. So it evolved after the planning commission process, during the council process, before it was submitted. Does that help to answer the question?
Thank you.
And Laura, just to clarify, I mean, part of the reason for that timeline is that we need to start, so we need to make some progress. I mean, to comply with the housing element after it's approved, we do need to start showing progress on our various housing sites, you know, in the next 2 to 3 years. So we need to, if we can't replace Ford Park quickly, we actually do need to start showing progress on the plan to develop it. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I didn't review all of the meeting minutes, so some of this is off the top of my head from the July 13th, but as I recall that discussion, we talked about how long it would take to do this type of development. We wanted to ensure that there was progress being made during the 8-year cycle. And there was also an interest in kind of balancing that with other town priorities. So the thought that I understood was kind of the first year of housing element implementation was focused primarily on ADUs. And then there could be plenty of time to really think about the site and think about fundraising, think about options, think about physical constraints, engineering, things like that. And then once all of that had been completed, about 18 months into the housing element process, then there would be a request for proposal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So Craig, to your point, I mean, it's a compressed cycle. We're under some time pressure there, even after we've approved this. And it's, you're right, Craig. I don't know what to say about other than that. We don't have a huge amount of time to look for the alternatives that you're thinking of.
Yeah, and I guess that's not clear to me. I mean, I don't know where the right place to have this discussion is, but I think we've put it down as our marker that it's what we're going to do if we can't figure something else out. But it's not so clear to me that in 18 months, we need to be sending out an RFP to basically satisfy HCD. So I'm all on board. We need to find either use Dorothy Ford Park if we can't do something better, or find an alternative. But if we make it so short that there's nothing else to do, then why don't we just take the Sunrise out of it altogether and just call it a day? So that's my frustration, is that this seems, I know everybody's working hard on this, but this feels very far from the goal of the original Sunrise proposal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can
Can I ask
understand.
a question to that end? Laura, is there, and I don't know what the right number is or what the initial assumption was, but is there opportunity in our process where we are right now to finesse those dates in that window, 18 months, 24 months, so on and so forth? Like, what flexibility is there to make adjustments where we are right now?
There's definitely room to make adjustments by recommendation by the Planning Commission or from direction of the council. So if this is an important issue, then you would have in the schedule that we've laid out 2 meetings to talk about these types of things. So this is an appropriate, not at this meeting, but those meetings where we have you scheduled to talk about the housing element. Those are the types of things you could talk about and give us direction on.
Great.
Did
Thank you.
you have other questions?
No, yeah, I do. Thank you. That was helpful to have, though. That's why we need to talk about it. 'Cause
no,
otherwise we don't know,
thank you.
know.
Thank you. I
That was
appreciate
helpful
it.
for me. I think
Yeah.
it's helpful for others. So to get back to the memo. So I think it's great. Obviously, it's a process we need to go through. I'm really thrilled that you guys are, stepping up to try and put some structure in place here and some goals. I think I'm totally on board with the intent as it's described. I think what is, my questions are around what you are envisioning in terms of the process. So the way it's written could be an entire another ad hoc housing element committee, which I know is really not what you guys were intending. And so I'm trying to get a sense of, how's this committee selected? What's the role of the staff? Who's preparing the materials? How do we assure we're not rehashing things we've already met on, so on and so forth. So have you guys thought through that process and what it'll look like how long it'll be, who the owners are, so on and so forth.
You want me to start? You want to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So no, I would say that tonight was a discussion to say, is this the right direction? I think the thing I would propose is if we think it is, then we create a subcommittee and go detail and come up with the details. Because I absolutely agree that, this was meant to be a discussion, but sort of generally, I think important things that need to be associated with the housing element, but not done before the housing element is approved by us. That was sort of the goal of this memo. And I think it's not complete. It was as many things that we could think about at the time a week ago or 2 weeks when we first wrote it. And I think, a few other things have come up that we might want to include as well. But I think mainly if we could have a subcommittee, we could reach out, we could talk to the planning commission and other people. And I think we could come up with a pretty detailed proposal, which we could bring back to the council. And then we could have a detailed discussion on the process itself.
So it can be just following on a two-step. One is a smaller ad hoc to flesh out the process and work with staff and figure out what makes sense in terms of amount of resources needed. And then a second playing it out.
And when you say ad hoc, I'm thinking of
Do you want
subcommittee.
a subcommittee? Is that?
Subcommittee.
Yeah,
is what
okay, good. Yeah.
Because we do say an ad hoc in here, and I can understand why the question's being asked. But
Mhm.
I think the subcommittee to move quickly to flesh this out
Yes.
would be very helpful with input from staff, maybe a member of planning commission just to see what they're,
Well, I think we can gather input
Yeah.
from
yeah,
the
whoever,
appropriate
a
parties.
committee,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And then depending on what that looks like, we might reconfigure
Yeah.
if we need more bandwidth.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think there's a committee to kind of flesh this out. If it feels like it's going in the right direction, that's, I think, the main thing for tonight is, are we going in the right direction? And then come back with questions that you have, like more detailed. And so I think this is a great time to ask those, because if we do create a subcommittee, all the questions we're asking, we sort of task the subcommittee to go make sure they come back with answers.
And it well, I'll save that for my other comments for discussion, and just super quick clarifying question then. So when you said this as soon as possible for an ad hoc committee, you meant a subcommittee of the,
We were not trying to be very specific on Brown Act issues. Let me be clear with that. We were just saying a less than full council body. And I do think, thinking about it more, it might be good for a subcommittee of the town council to flesh this out, just move quickly, get input, and then come back and see what that fuller effort looks like. But it's important to move quickly and to get information from, on resources.
And then I think to add to that, I think there is an ad hoc committee now, not the subcommittee, but an ad hoc committee that will probably come out of the details here. Like if we're going to basically create a repository, then I think it's worth getting an ad hoc committee to help think about what that repository looks like, and make sure that we're sort of satisfying the needs of the residents to get information. But I agree with you. I'm not imagining an ad hoc housing, year-long, what was it, like 7,000, whatever the number of hours was, it was crazy, right? It was, you guys did yeoman's work, but that was not what we were envisioning. We were envisioning a fairly quick setup. Let's get together, let's talk about what are the important things, let's figure out the amount of staff time required and how we could approach this. And then I think that ad hoc committee could come back to the council saying, here's how we'd like to put together a repository. And then the council could provide that, that ad hoc committee input for creating that repository.
thank you.
Does that make sense?
Helpful.
So I think we can sort of, at two pieces, the subcommittee to clarify all this stuff, and then the ad hoc committee would be one of those recommendations.
Got it. Thank you.
I think we've kind of let it, now I think I'd say we're kind of, I'd say it's free for all. We get questions, discussion, whatever comes up here.
Can we answer the question from the floor about the actual dates going forward?
Sure.
Just,
Yeah, this was what was published in the.
Have exactly the same question, including me. So if we could just go through what the dates are, who's meeting and what's doing, whom do what?
Laura, please.
February 15th, Planning Commission meeting focused on the mitigated negative declaration response to comments and comments from the fire marshal. That's what's anticipated for that date. Then a Planning Commission meeting either on March 1st or another date close by to that. We have not confirmed the date yet. And that meeting of the Planning Commission would be a formal recommendation on the housing element and the general plan conforming amendments, formal recommendation to the town council. Then the town council would meet on March 22nd to discuss what we've been referring to as the full scope of the work. So that's the housing element, the conforming general plan amendments, and the mitigated negative declaration. And then the council would continue their discussion on March 29th on all of those topics.
And Laura, can I ask, just why isn't the council talking about the housing element on the 8th of March? Is that just because you didn't feel like you'd have enough time to get the materials ready?
Well, if there's any comments from the Planning Commission, we wouldn't have a chance to bring them forward to the council.
It'd be something like 24 hours turnaround. I don't know that we could accomplish that.
Okay, so yeah, that's what it's at. So the concern is that you wouldn't be able to incorporate any additional comments from the Planning Commission that went along with the formal recommendation in time for a meeting on the 8th. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
Okay, great. I just, because we've got that meeting in there, I was just trying to understand. So, okay, got it.
Can you help with where the safety element is in all this?
The safety element is on a different schedule. The town's committees have been reviewing it and providing comments. And then after we're finished with the adoption of the housing element, then we would be compiling all of those comments and starting to bring the safety element forward to Planning Commission for their consideration.
So we can't, okay.
That
We couldn't have anything happening on the 8th with the safety element that would.
No,
I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. I will say, I think I would support a subcommittee. I think this general kind of the outline you've put here, for the most part, I think it's reasonable and it's probably the place to start. I'm thinking more about the very last point, Mary's point about the inclusionary housing fund. And I do want to make that sort of, once the housing element's submitted, I do want to make that a priority. My thought going back a couple of years now was that to really be strategic in spending that money, because it is limited, that we would be helpful to have a completed housing element in place, and then think about what are investments from the inclusionary housing fund that could support that housing element. So I'd like to see it as something that comes forward shortly after the housing element is submitted, like fairly quickly. I don't know that it needs to be part of this. I mean, I feel like the inclusionary housing fund is kind of its own sort of a separate policy that we should be working on, but I don't know if it has to be. I'm open to comments on this, but I'm not sure that it needs to be part of this process that we're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, we put it here, Jeff, just because it got talked about a year ago and we didn't get to it. So it was really, the goal here was just to make sure that we develop that strategy. And my sense is that when we come back, if we do a subcommittee and we come back, that we can prioritize these things. Like, they don't all have to be done like the day
Sure.
after the housing element's approved, but that we set some dates in here to say, look, I mean, after talking to staff and stuff, here's a reasonable time for us to start and finish this process. And I don't want to say exactly date certain, but at least if it's not done by this date, it'll come back to the council for us to discuss the priorities of it. Because I'm just worried that it just ends up slipping because we're so busy doing other things. So that was the reason it was on here, just to make sure that however we agree to follow up on these things, that it doesn't get lost in other priorities.
Just
Fair enough.
slightly
Yep.
different, a slightly different view on that. I agree, but it says develop a strategy, policies and procedures to guide. And it really was, it's not about ownership. I mean, for me, as long as it happens, I don't mind how it happens, but I want it to happen quickly because I think we've got this narrow window of time where we're trying to take advantage of the sunrise. And I actually think it could be an important component of identifying alternatives or incentives that to bring people forward. So for me,
Yeah.
Craig, I don't mind who does it or how it gets done, as long as it's on a timeline.
Okay, understood. Laura has her hand up. Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the council is aware that there are items in the housing element that indicate use of those funds. So it's referred to on each of the different programs. There's a funding source and most of them say general fund, but some of them say affordable housing trust fund. This is the same thing. This is the same pot of money. And it was included in the housing element in the places where we either technically thought it was going to be necessary or based on the feedback of the housing element committee. So the ad hoc housing element committee did think about the inclusionary housing funds many, many times throughout their discussion and did include thoughts about what was worth investing town money in started. The conversation has started and was taken fairly far through the ad hoc housing element committee process. And there are places in the housing element that will rely on those funds. And so I wanted to make sure people are aware of that. And then also the previous council did receive a report from staff with a memo on best practices about affordable housing fund usage and how other cities do it and how that process works. So we are not at ground zero on this. There's quite a bit of work that's already been completed.
Can you give me the numbers in the general plan that you're referring to, where we've already specified that the
It's in
inclusion
the housing.
in
It's
the housing?
In the housing, it's the programs in the housing.
I'm looking
There's
at it.
several of
I'm
them,
asking
yeah.
which ones.
Yeah, but you said general plan. It's just,
I'm sorry.
yeah, sorry.
It's the housing element of the general plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the general plan. What? No.
It's primarily around some of the ADU programs and then also around the Dorothy Field open space. Because of the site planning and work that would have to go into that and actual funding of that project when it goes forward.
So that's good to know that there's been work done on that we can leverage. I was on the finance committee. They also are planning to have some discussions on that. I do think a more broad discussion can leverage the good prior work that's already been done, but I don't think, like, I wasn't intending that be it. And I just want to clarify, do you disagree that we need to do that, Laura, or where are you coming from? Because I wasn't implying that it was ground zero.
I just wanted to make sure that people understood that in the housing element, that Affordable Housing Trust Fund is the same pot of money. And that people may not realize how much the things that are already in the housing element will cost. And so there's probably not nearly as much money, in the affordable housing fund as people think there is once all of these things get implemented. And so these are priorities that are already set in the housing element. So when the council is reviewing the housing element, if you don't agree with those priorities for use of the affordable housing funds, then staff needs to know that and receive that feedback so that we can make appropriate adjustments. And then in terms of committee participation in the development of affordable housing fund policy, I understand that desire because that's the Portola Valley way of doing things. But we may want to share with those committees what those best practices are, because we're not reinventing the wheel. There's legal requirements and there's kind of best practices that go into administering these kinds of funds. Additionally, there's programs in the housing element about establishing more of a formal housing program. which the town does not have now, which will also require some funds. And the council will either have to make a decision in the future about funding that with the general fund or funding it with those same affordable housing funds.
You can't give me the numbers on the, of where it's referenced? Sorry.
Yeah, I
Because
can.
I am the one who doesn't know about this, for sure. I didn't know about this.
Through the
Yeah, you
mayor.
want me to
I
just take
did-
a minute?
Can we,
I just did a quick search. I can give you the numbers if you want.
Right.
So it's 2.2, 3.2, 7.6, and 7.7. And as Laura mentioned, those programs relate to Dorothy Ford Park, ADUs, and managing a BMR program on behalf of the town.
Great, thank you. Thank you. very
thank you,
much.
Carl.
Really helpful.
So Laura, then this brings up the question, how would we know how much these programs cost? I mean, you're saying that maybe there's less in the fund than we think because we don't know how much these programs are going to cost, but how would we as a council know that based on the current housing element?
Well, when we go into implementation of an adopted housing element, then we would, let's talk about the ADU programs, for example, because that's perhaps the easiest to understand. If we proceeded with the program to consider pre-approved ADU plans, then we might come to you with a range of options. You know, some of them might be have costs to the town, some of them might not have costs to the town, and we would present those things to you and we would get your feedback on them. When people talk about, let me step back. When other cities talk about, or towns talk about the use of their affordable housing funds, they are usually talking about the process by which applicants can come to the jurisdiction and ask for those funds for their projects. So there is a lot of policies and kind of procedures around that in other communities. But here we're talking about balancing the funds over different types of programming. So it's something we have to work through as we go through implementation of the housing element. So these are new programs that we have to establish and talk to the council and get public feedback. So there's a lot of work to do in implementation of the housing element around these items. I know that's kind of the circular way around. I'm sorry, is that helpful?
I mean, I totally appreciate all the work you're doing. So in that sense, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a top-down guy, so I'm looking at this strategically, and I'm really trying to think about how do we spend this money strategically. And I guess what's tough here is this is kind of a bottoms up, like, well, here's some things we've committed it to, except we don't know how much it is. And then if we decided, well, we don't want to spend that money, but it's already in the housing element, we take it out of the general fund, or we just wouldn't do that particular program. I mean, I guess I find this all a little bit squishy, but thank you for your explanation.
Well, yes, and I guess that's why I think that the most important thing we do is take that component right now and put it separate and get some policy. So we don't have this sort of squishy flow to the left of the funding that happens.
Well, Mike can,
Comment?
yeah, please.
Just you guys may or may not know, it is in the council priorities. It's actually from last year. It's council priority number 3I. It's slated to be completed by May 31st. It was in the packet tonight.
Yeah.
So it's already on a list. We just there hasn't been an initiative to get it started. So my comment is, I think kind of similar to what everybody's saying. It doesn't really matter where it goes. We just got to get it going.
Yeah.
And
And
it
I,
is on this list already.
right, and I just want to be clear that there's a difference between having the legal framework for dispensing the money and having a strategic view of how you want to spend the money. And it's not clear to me what we're doing in May. So if we're doing the strategic thing, I'm good with that, because I think we should be asking the question about land banks and a lot of other, there are a lot of issues that we as a town, I think, are going to get roped into this indirectly if we start thinking about, how are we going to fund housing in the future? And that to me is the strategic question. So anyway, I don't want to completely wrap that up for today. Well, I'm just saying there's,
Trying to get, I mean, we're supposed to be setting the policy.
right, but there's a policy that says the way somebody gets the money is they give them, they make an application to the planning department and it comes to the council and the council approves it. Like that's a policy for expending money. And that's fine. That's very mechanical, but it's not strategic. There's nothing strategic in that. That's just a mechanical process. So as long as we're doing both, I'm fine with it. I just don't want it to just be a mechanical.
And Laura's point is that these, the housing element contains programs that could be funded through the Inclusionary Housing Fund or the Affordable Housing Trust. And one of our tasks in approving the housing element is possibly looking at those through a strategic lens. So we will have an opportunity to weigh in on those, but we have to have programs, and in some cases, I believe we legally have to fund them. So I mean, it's a strategy, but we have some legal constraints around it, if I'm understanding and rephrasing that correctly.
So Craig, are you comfortable taking that out of this colleague's memo, trusting that the housing element process and the May deadline for the council priorities both cover it?
I mean, as long as we develop the strategy, I'm comfortable with. Again, there's nothing, I'm not, there's not a pride of ownership here. So no, I'm happy to move it to the right places as long as we're clear that it's a strategic document, not just a process document.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having heard this discussion, I suggested taking it out. I don't mind leaving it in. If it helps to keep the subcommittee focused on that alongside of everything else that we're doing here with the understanding that there are other considerations. It's not, we're not just drawing this up from scratch, and we may have almost committed some things.
I think we had plenty of other stuff to do. It's fine. As long, like I said, as long as it gets dealt with, I think that Mary suggested it, you suggested it. I don't, know where the rest of the council sits, but I'm totally okay with it. So don't, yeah.
Laura has her hand up again. Go ahead, Laura.
The only other thing I wanted to mention is that council priorities date in May probably was assuming that the housing element would be done in January. And so I just want to kind of remind people of that in terms of the priorities from a staff point of view. And so what's not clear for me from this discussion is if this is intended to be a council subcommittee driven activity or a staff driven activity. And I'm sorry if I've missed that in your discussion.
Yeah, this is.
You're the one who's asking to pull it. So what do you have in mind?
Oh, no, I thought this was a council, completely council driven. In other words, I was thinking that this would go to, I mean, we probably need help, but that basically we'd do strategy and not necessarily mechanics, but definitely do the broader thinking on the council level as far as where we ideally, but obviously if I don't even know where it's already been spent in the document, I would need some staff support for sure.
It's going to get complicated and technical in a hurry. So
Yeah.
I don't see how it can't be very, I don't see how staff can't be closely involved with it. So, I mean, that has to happen. We have to do it, but it's sort of,
Yeah. Well, I know that, that the finance committee is, the council needs to stay current, and I'd like to see the council staying current with the finance, what's going on with the finance through Judith's input, and that we're making sure that they don't get, that their conversations with us are clear and are well informed, and we're not just duplicating staff time, educating us and educating them. So, and I understand there's some Brown Act issues around that, but I think we should be ready, more than ready to be informed when they get informed. As the finance committee gets
I
informed.
think for right now, the only thing we need to decide is it stay in the scope or not? So I think I'm fine either way. I don't have a strong opinion. So we just have so many things to cover tonight. So.
So can I just propose that we take it out of scope?
Yep.
And move on?
Okay. Okay. So if that, with that decision, I feel like we've agreed in principle. I think we agree that the subcommittee can go forward, and that this is the sort of, with that last change, this is an appropriate kind of scope for that subcommittee.
I agree. And sorry to be so tied to I was very used to in the old days, we would have questions and then we go around and then we'd have discussion. And so
You had your chance.
trying not to butt in, but I would like to have discussion on just a few thoughts. So first of all, 100%,
Please.
I'm fully supportive of the subcommittee now that I understand that was the intent. I think that's terrific. Thank you. I say that with, and I think everybody I'm preaching, I'm representing all of us, but I think, we have to be so careful about staff time related to whatever this next phase is. We've already been through the most extensive planning or housing element committee process on the peninsula, despite being one of the very smallest towns. So I just think that's going to be a key challenge of the subcommittee to thread that needle to figure out how to do that. I think one thing I would love if there was a way to include it, and I'm saying this because I need the education as well, is really how do we figure out what are the best practices for affordable housing that fit in our town? We touched on this a little bit, well, more than a little bit. Laura will be like, what? No, we touched on this throughout the many meetings of the Housing Element Committee. And, we know there's several models out there. There's one that's like a nonprofit affordable housing developer. We referenced Alta Housing in the meetings we had with them, but we know they say financial viability is about 50 units per acre. So we know that's one model. We know another model is deed restricted units. We know another model might be certain number, not a lot, but a certain number of ADUs. What I feel like we're eternally searching for is what else is there? And I don't know what that is based on my 18 months of being on that committee. So what I'm suggesting might be a great addition to that dialogue during for this time is having some sort of expert be able to come in and educate all of us on what that model might be, because I haven't heard what it is, and hopefully it exists, but it didn't come up in that process. And so I just think to educate, now that there's new people engaged and we have new people involved, on council, to really educate ourselves on what are the options available. So that's one suggestion I have to add. And then I guess in closing, it sounds to me like, I know we don't want to derail from the memo, but I'm hearing maybe lack of consensus on the number of meetings in March. And I just want to propose out there, if March 8th is too tight, and I absolutely understand why, would we want to plan for the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th? And maybe, I don't even know if it's possible to not do the 8th. So that instead of to push out the council meeting on the 8th to the date of the 15th, and then do the 22nd and the 29th, then we'd have 3 weeks in a row, 3 meetings. And if we don't need the meeting on the 29th, that would be amazing, but I don't know that that'll happen. That's a suggestion for.
So could I just suggest we finish on the colleagues memo and then we close with what the question you're asking, which I think seems super valid, but it's not quite the memo. So, okay.
No, it's just, yeah.
I agree that we should focus on the memo. I just also, yeah, let's finish with the memo and then we can come back to that. Yes.
So the one thing I wanted to see if we could get some guidance on, I'm hearing, it seems like the idea of a subcommittee is something that people are open to. I was also interested in getting some feedback from the full council on different ways to attach the work to the housing element. And, like I said, it could be conditions of approval. That would be one way to do it. We approve the housing element, but we add some conditions of approval. It could be a housing element program where we write it up in a form and we insert it into the housing element. Or it could just be its own, is resolution the right word, Cara? For saying, here are the things that we're going to do.
Are you
Or-
just asking, how do we make it binding on ourselves? Like,
Effectively,
Yeah.
yeah, effectively, yeah. And there just seems like there's some different structures. I'm wondering if the council has any advice if we, because I think that would be part of coming back from the subcommittee as a proposal on how we would do this. Or even if the rest of the council thinks it should be binding. I mean, obviously, that's my bias, is that I want to say to people, we've passed this. We know it's been hard. We know there's still things to do, and we are committed. We are bound to do these other things, not just, yeah, we know we need to do something, and if they don't get knocked out of the priority list, we'll do them. So I'd like some advice as we go forward.
I mean, this doesn't feel like a housing element program to me. This feels like it's sort of something that sits separate from the housing element. And I take your point, that it's something but it just doesn't, to me, it feels like it's something that we're sort of, it's part of that process that comes after we approve something. And that could be, I mean, if you want to make it if the result of the subcommittee's work is in fact sort of an ad hoc committee with smaller scope, there's a charter to that committee. That could be a place where we codify tasks for that ad hoc committee to be, to do this, it just feels, to me, it just feels like it should be separate from the housing element.
the housing element is part of our general plan, and I don't know that this is general plan material. Cara, you're the expert here.
So it's certainly related to the housing element and to the general plan. I think that many times in general plans, you do see a separate chapter of the general plan that's called, implementation plan. And so you have these broad level policies that are programs or policies in the general plan. And then you have a more strategic document with dates and metrics and that type of thing that is typically called an implementation plan. So that seems to be the most straightforward way to do it. There are certain aspects of some of the discussion items that I've heard tonight that actually could be actual housing element programs, and they can either supplement some of the existing programs. For instance, the inclusionary housing fees, that whole discussion could either supplement some of our existing programs, or we could create a new program that has a time frame and some more actionable items and with some clearer enforcement mechanism for making that program a little bit more robust and concrete and enforceable. So those are the two major suggestions that I have at this point.
Other thoughts from the council on this? Go ahead, Judith.
An implementation plan, and what was the alternate?
Is to go into the various
In the programs.
housing element, and then those.
Okay. What happens if you miss something in the implementation plan? Is there a downside to putting it there?
You can always amend, well, you don't want to necessarily amend the implementation plan because that could be considered part of the general plan. So that would be the downside, is triggering another amendment to the general plan.
Is there an alternate to keeping it out of the housing element and general plan?
Certainly, you can have an implementation plan that's not codified with the general plan.
A standalone
A standalone
implementation.
document, right?
Okay.
And that would be binding.
Well, it would be, through the chair, it would be as binding as any other action council takes. It wouldn't be as binding as it being in the housing element itself. But remember, the housing element itself, we are accountable to HCD on implementation, and we have to report to HCD every year. And so I think the council may want to consider your own ability to make adjustments on your priorities through an 8-year housing cycle. And so I think that there, could be a lot of value in having an implementation plan that stands alone and is adopted by resolution by the council as a commitment to residents to move forward on those things, but securing your ability to make adjustments in the future as needed. We also don't want to be in a position of having to make too many amendments to the housing element and then having to get recertified by HCD with those amendments.
Through the chair, if I can make one other comment, there may be some benefit to having the post-adoption implementation features outside of the housing element, and to be maybe a little direct about it. We want to be very thoughtful in our approach as it relates to HCD and the understanding of the current thinking around the sunrise provision. We don't want HCD to misconstrue what the sunrise provision is intended to do. We know what's happening right now with lawsuits and the like. So there may be some advantage to keeping those separate in some fashion so we can do good work on each of them.
So would conditions of approval on the housing element, that would keep it out of the housing element, but it would still be part of that approval process. I mean, that might be another way to deal with that, right?
So conditions of approval are typically on a specific project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just, again, I think everybody gets the sense of, I think it's important that.
Yeah, I see I understand your concern, Craig. I don't mean to dismiss it. I mean, the proof of this is going to be that we actually do follow through on the things. It's like, we can commit to these any way we want. I mean, if we do a good job of creating this housing, the information repository, people will say that if we do a poor job of it, that, it's just the quality of the effort is going to be the thing that people that shows at the end.
And Craig, would you, if we have to decide something tonight, I'm not sure we do, you can think about it, but the implementation plan with a standalone adoption by resolution seems to give some flexibility while actually essentially being a promise we're committed.
Yeah, and I wasn't looking for a decision tonight. I was just looking for a sense of direction. So I think I'm getting the sense of direction. So that's super helpful.
Okay. Mary, Jeff, you go ahead.
Well, I suppose because we've had this in-depth discussion about the inclusionary housing fund, I wondered if we could go ahead and do a council subcommittee to follow up with the finance committee and to move this forward as quickly as possible and get these information, look these things up and not necessarily take a lot of staff time, but at least have two people who are tasked to look at that as it comes up through the committees. And I'll wait for 2 weeks but it just seems like there's other things that are going to be coming up in 2 weeks. And we've already had the discussion and we just have a motion that will have allow two people to work on the inclusionary housing fund.
So could I just suggest that we finish the colleagues memo, then we go to Sarah's thing, then we come to yours? I mean, just so we keep these things ordered, because otherwise we're not closing on any of these things. So could we close on the colleagues memo, which I think if people are generally comfortable with the content, the request I think is to form a subcommittee, and then we will come back with details. And if there are things that you want from the subcommittee, now would be the time to make sure they get written down. And then we just agree on the subcommittee and move on. And then we can go to Sarah and then we'll go.
Make a motion?
Sure.
And move that we accept the colleagues memo and establish a subcommittee.
Mary, I'm having trouble hearing you, sorry.
I move that
there you
we accept the colleagues memo and establish a subcommittee for I don't want to add any more because we all know what it is.
Yes.
I second.
Do we know have we chosen members of the subcommittee?
Yes. Right?
Yeah, I would recommend, if you're willing, that Judith and I continue as a subcommittee.
Yeah, I'd be happy.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
And
we,
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, to clarify, is the scope of the subcommittee to develop a plan to implement the items in this staff report, colleagues memo?
Beside the last bullet point, we are
Right.
pulling that.
And I
And-
think we also agreed that we're going to go solicit input. So if we find other things that aren't here, we can bring those back. And there's, my goal would be to bring back in a detailed form, everything we think is important. The council can then pick and choose among what gets brought back if they want. But so I think it's not just limited to this. I can imagine there could be a few other things that could get added. I mean,
The expert Sarah's already.
Sure.
named, So we
Yeah,
can put
exactly.
all those
Yes.
together.
so with that, yes.
okay, did we have a second?
I had seconded, yes.
Okay, moved by Hufty, seconded by Wernicott. Any more discussion on this?
Do we need public comment?
Did we took public comment, I believe.
Yeah,
Yes.
before discussion. The only thing I
Yes,
would
we did.
ask is, is there anything else that the council members wish the subcommittee to look into? I mean, we got Sarah's comments.
Well, we kind of just motioned, so. are
But you can have
reopening it?
discussion. No, you can have it. I'm not changing the motion.
Okay,
It's just in the discussion, you can,
okay.
We could offer more guidance, I think.
yeah, just guidance. I'm not, the motion stays the same. Absolutely.
I think, no, I don't have anything to add at this point. So, Mary,
Nope.
Sarah?
No.
You've already added some things there, so, okay. In that case, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Hefty,
I,
Councilmember Taylor,
I,
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
I,
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Okay, thank you. It is 9 o'clock. I'm going to propose a break, as has become customary at 9 o'clock. So let's take 5 minutes and come back at 9:06.
I'm sorry, could I ask a clarification through the chair?
Yes, please.
We were gonna talk about.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're not done. Yeah.
Question and,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yes. Sorry, we're not done. Okay, so moving on to Sarah's question.
So my question was, I feel like comment then question. I feel like I'm hearing some consensus that there might not be enough council time planned in the schedule if we want to hit March 29th. And I'm proposing that we add another meeting. And in order to do that, I am proposing or asking, is it possible to not do the meeting on the 8th? Because we know that's too soon. And then instead do the last 3 weeks of March to get 3 meetings sequentially as an idea. Open to other suggestions, but was just trying to be creative.
Just through the chair, I have a question for Laura. Do we have a planning commission meeting on March 15th? Scheduled?
There are no items scheduled. We could cancel that planning commission meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to quickly make sure that we're not, I mean, that this is, are we allowed to discuss this under this agenda item? I'm just worried that we're sort of getting off agenda here, but that'd be a question for Cara.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I think it's reasonable.
The only thing, through the chair, the only thing that I would add is that if the council discusses something on the 15th that's going to be included in the packet for the next week, that those are incredibly short turnaround times. So, I don't want to, the last thing I want to do is sound like a broken record on how slammed and tired staff is right now, to be perfectly candid. But I just want to be very thoughtful there that if the council does give us that direction, the product may look different than the normal product you get from us because of those turnarounds. So as long as everyone is okay with that.
and we already
So-
have the 22nd and the 29th, right? They're already back to back. So we're just, so we may by.
Already awkward, yeah.
Right, it's already awkward,
Well-
but maybe spreading it out over 3, which was Sarah's point.
Right.
May make on each one less of an effort, so.
Well, just for, that is not less effort for, that, there's not less staff effort having more meetings. That's just,
Yeah.
but that doesn't, I'm only saying that just for factual information, not because we're happy to take staff direction if that's the wishes of the council.
I guess I was hopeful that if the packet, again, it's using the same content, just giving more time. So not, we could literally use the same pack, I don't know, but more or less the same content, on the 9th, or I'm sorry, I gotta put my glasses on the 15th and the 22nd.
So like a carryover.
Right. Just to give us more time. I'm just worried we're not going to have the time. And I'd be happy to commit to no extra packet.
Laura has a comment here.
Fair
Thank
enough.
From a, thank you. From a practical point of view, because I'm trying to work with the planning commission to see if we can get all 5 of them, there's a chance that that meeting might be early in the following week. And so that would reduce the amount of time that we would be like flipping the materials from planning commission to council, which is okay with me as long as you know that some things may be a work in progress, but you can talk about the things that are ready. As long as you know that and we share that expectation, then we can do 3 meetings in a row for you. We can staff that. Is my internet breaking up a little bit? I'm sorry if it is.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the gist of it.
Okay. So is that helpful? I'm gonna turn my camera off. Is that helpful in terms of expectations that you might get kind of work in progress on the 15th and a more complete packet on the 22nd?
Very fine with me.
Anyone else?
I'm happy to keep those 3 weeks open. I am not convinced it's all going to fall together that way. And I think we just have to see how the next few weeks play out and the first one of those meetings plays out. I think we have to reserve the right to adjust because we don't know what we're going to exactly hear in terms of a recommendation from the planning commission. And I'm personally hesitant to be so focused on a deadline without knowing if something's going to need to change or an analysis is going to be there. I'm not planning on anything. So for me, provisionally, let's sign up for those meetings. But I think I want to be realistic and I don't want to have a meeting just to say we have a meeting. I want it to be as productive as possible. And I don't know what that means today myself. Anybody else?
Yeah, ditto. I mean, I will schedule all the dates so that they're available. And if the planning commission does meet sometime around the 1st and the planning department can get us a reasonable packet by the 15th, then I feel like the next 2 meetings after that, I'm sort of with Sarah, I could deal with a sort of a less professional package or a continuation or however we do it. But that first one out of the planning commission, I mean, if it ends up that they're not meeting until, the 8th, for instance, and then somehow we're magically turning around for 15th, that makes no sense to me. So I'm open to keeping the dates clear. And then I would actually trust staff to make the call on whether they've got enough time between the planning commission and the first subsequent council meeting.
I mean, I was prepared to hash this out in 2 very long meetings personally. I don't mind. I agree. I don't mind keeping the dates open for the 3 meetings if it makes sense to do them. But yeah, I guess that's all. I guess that's all I have to say there. Is that? Do we need more guidance on that question?
Well, the only other thing I'm going to say the obvious, it might be one thing for all of us to be up to speed. I do think, public comment, public understanding, if not a lot changes between now and then, I think it's achievable, but it's important to me that people have an opportunity to ask questions and understand and comment. And I would want that to be fulsome, however it proceeds. Sorry if I'm saying the obvious, but with that tight a timeline, it raises concern for me.
All right. So where are we? We're tentatively, we're holding open the 15th, 22nd and 29th for potentially three meetings to discuss and hopefully approve the housing element. Is that? And are we then talking about canceling our regular meeting on the 8th?
I don't know how we can do that because there's other work that we need to do.
Right.
Yeah, that was it. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, we're right now, we're tentatively scheduled to have our town lobbyist come.
Yeah.
That's I think, an important meeting to review the legislation that's been introduced in this cycle. Assemblyman Berman is tentatively scheduled to come at that
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
I can tell you in 10 seconds here, there's a couple other items. Let me look real quick.
It's okay. We believe that's enough.
No, I think you're.
Council
you're-
priorities
you
adoption as well.
You've made your point. Yeah, no, I think we're, yes,
So we're going to a weekly schedule, I think is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Permanent.
for March.
We're just gonna do weekly
Forever.
town council meetings forever. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm being snarky, sorry.
Staff would not recommend that.
Neither would certain
I
council
wouldn't
members.
recommend that. Yeah. Okay. Is that what we had to decide there? Are we,
Yep.
all right, okay. And then we were going to come back to Mary's question on the inclusionary housing fund strategy.
Okay, well, I don't, my colleague's memo is not here. But I would wonder whether I could just have a subcommittee with maybe Judith, maybe on, imagine, on doing it, just at least doing some work on the policy and strategy for the housing fund. Even just the research to find out what's been spent, what hasn't been spent, working with the finance committee, find out what the real dollars and cents are, and really talk a little bit about what the future of this is going to be. I mean, we got some fairly big problems. We may have to do some very serious fundraising to make the inclusionary housing fund could be a separate thing that does give us the ability that the town has longed for since the Bill Lane days of having affordable housing in town. And I'd like to see it move sort of separately and robustly forward. And I'm just recommending that we have one of these subcommittees to work with the finance committee to get this, and then work with the other committees to bring you something that would sit as a policy somewhere, either in the general plan or wherever it's supposed to sit, wherever Kara recommends it sits.
Okay.
The sooner we get started, the better, because the finance committee is already going to be meeting on this, and we want to benefit from that.
Okay. Quick point of order to Kara. Given that this was sort of contemplated in the original colleagues memo, is this something we could do tonight? I just want to make sure we could actually, we're on firm footing to actually just, if we wanted to establish a subcommittee, we could do it.
Yes, absolutely. It's fun.
Okay.
It's within the scope.
Okay. What does everyone think of that? Is that something people think is worth pursuing right now?
Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to put out
Please.
additional information that I think could be helpful for this part of the discussion. As I believe the council knows, the Race and Equity Committee has done a little bit of work on this already. The Finance Committee, through its previous chair, agendized this as an item. There was a subcommittee formed. In working with, at that meeting, and then some subsequent conversations I've had with the new chair, George, for finance, there's a recognition that the Finance Committee's role in this is very limited, that they are not going to create housing policies and the like. So we've talked a bit about what that could look like. And my suggestion to George as a starting place has been, well, let's focus on, the elements that truly are of a financial component, if you will. So is there a certain percentage of the monies per year that that the finance committee may recommend get spent, things of that nature. But I think they certainly recognize that there's a pretty limited scope in what they can contribute. Currently any committee could schedule this through their chair for discussion. So if the council's looking to provide a little more guidance and direction and kind of create the foundation for additional committee work and the like, I think that certainly makes sense to me. But I just wanted to put that information out right now, just as you guys discuss this. Thanks.
Jeremy, if I can ask a question. You're saying, obviously, these committees have different aspects they're commenting on, and that's completely appropriate. I'm not quite sure what your conclusion was there about the council's role. If we want to be, is there a particular role you would recommend or not recommend at the end?
Oh, no, I'm just
Yeah.
riffing off of what I understand to be Mary's
Yeah.
interest here, is that it's a sort of a council-led policy initiative. So that my comments were related to that only. I don't have a recommendation at this time. I can think about it a little bit if you're looking for one, but that wasn't the purpose of my comment.
No, I think the idea was just to facilitate progression with input from the different committees. I mean, I'm not expecting to have to start at ground zero, right, at all. It's just, there's bits everywhere and I'm not sure I understand who's doing what. And I think if nothing else, it could help pull the strings together and say, this aspect is in this area, consulting. But George is a new chair, so I definitely think we would want, his input on his scope and the like. Mary, does that make sense more to
That's exactly right.
just touch
Yep.
base with the
Yep.
committees and
Yep.
try and
Yep.
pull it together a little bit, or make sure that they're feeling like they've got the communication they need
That's what I'm
about the
suggesting.
scope of their role?
The other thing I would mention through the chair is that staff has done work on this. We just haven't brought it to a place where it's ready for prime time.
They have done the work.
There's been some work that's been
Yeah,
done.
so that's all that we need from staff is
Yeah.
to get it to us as a subcommittee.
Yeah, we've done and this is a world that we operate in, so there's certain things that we already sort of know
Yeah,
about how these
yeah.
things work, and we've provided, Laura and Cara and I at times have we reviewed other cities' policies on this. When I worked in Palo Alto, I helped manage parts of this. It doesn't have to be a particularly complicated endeavor too. This is not the most complicated thing we're working on right now.
Just shining some
Yeah.
light on it. Just
Perfect.
shine some light on it.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, so,
I'm not going to move. Somebody else.
well,
has-
so we've got, so Mary's clearly proposing this. What do other people think? Do we want to, people think this is a good thing to do right now? I think it's,
My sense is, I mean, it'd be useful information. I mean, if Mary and Judith have the time to do it. So I don't think getting, this good information is never a bad thing to have.
Sure.
I think we're pretty clear that it can't consume a lot of staff time because staff's got a lot of other things on their plate. So, I mean, if it's just sort of starting to get the outline and thinking about, what there, and then gathering some input from staff that already exists and from the committees, then sure, why not? That seems great.
okay. Judith, are you comfortable being part of that subcommittee? It sounds like you've sort of,
Yeah, I'd be fine doing that. I want to follow up with finance anyway. I'd love to hear what race and equity has done already.
Yep.
I mean, I think I'm looking at it as pulling the strings together and trying to, both educate Mary and me at least. If not, yeah, and maybe we can have like a summary report on where it stands at some point. I think it's facilitating. So I'm happy to do that.
okay. What about you, Sarah?
I totally support that, kind of connecting the dots, facilitating, getting it moving. Sounds great.
Okay, with the caveats that Craig in particular mentioned about sort of preserving staff time and I think I'm comfortable with it too, so I could entertain a motion.
I make a motion to create a subcommittee of Councilmember Hufty and Haskell to work on the in lieu housing fund.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Wernicott, seconded by Haskell. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Haskell,
Aye.
Councilmember Huffy,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think we've concluded item 6A. I would now like to propose that we take a few minutes before item 6B. So it's 9:19. Let's plan on reconvening at 9:25.
I mean, actually, it hurts.
Is everyone back?
Mayor Alves, we're still waiting on some council to come back, so probably 2 more minutes.
No worries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we're ready.
Okay, we're back in. Are we recording or recording? Okay. We are on to item 6B, the Willow Commons request for waiver of planning fees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we begin, I believe we have 2 recusals on this particular item.
Right.
So if the council members could announce that before they leave.
I'm recused on this item. Oh, because of my conflict related to the, I don't know the property numbers offhand, the address numbers. Could you help me with that?
Yeah, 4388 Alpine.
4388 and, oh, just 43388, yes. Okay.
I am also recused. 4388 is between 500 and 1,000 feet from my home. So I will be stepping out.
Okay, I will give them a moment to step out and
I'm going to my car.
Sit in for the next little bit.
Yeah, we'll try and keep it short.
Don't be too
okay?
cold out there. We'll come find you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. Cara, are you presenting this?
Yeah, she's just getting ready here.
Oh, no worries. I just wanted to know who to hand off to.
So much quieter. Yes.
How about we just move to accept?
No, didn't quite work.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is the Willow Commons project. It's a supportive housing project, and the owners and developers of the project have requested a fee waiver. We have discussed this item in the past. This project is a project that was approved recently. It currently has 11 units that are intended to be deed restricted for lower income residents with intellectual or developmental delays, known as IDD. It will have a supportive housing facility associated with the project. It will also have 2 manager units for employees who work at the unit, and those are expected to be restricted to moderate income households. And it will also have a cafe that will provide job training services for residents of the project. As you can see here from the rendering, it comports with the 75-foot Alpine Road corridor. It is a very modest, well-designed building that is a good example of a design that blends in with the corridor that's designed in a way that respects the ethos and environment of the corridor and the town. So the housing element of the general plan contains several policies related to fee waivers. One of these policies allows the council to use the housing trust funds, sometimes we call them in lieu funds, to reduce town fees for affordable or mixed income housing developments. Another policy also echoes that fees should be waived, or portions of development fees waived for housing developments where a majority of below market rate units are incorporated into the project. And then the housing element talks about a fee ordinance that was adopted to implement these policies that require a fee waiver or provide for a fee waiver in the instance where at least 50% of the units are deed restricted for moderate incomes or below. The zoning code policy is codified, and it also requires or contemplates a fee waiver for residential development projects with 10 or more units, where at least 50% of those units will be price restricted to moderate income households or below. It references the HCD, Housing and Community Development income standards, to determine the income levels for those deed restricted units. The council's, the fee waiver provision in the zoning code sets forth the criteria that should be used by the council to determine whether a fee waiver is appropriate. And these factors are mix of units by income level, the extent to which the units are anticipated to serve populations with a particular need for affordable housing, the expected financial impact on the town of waiving these fees, and the financial feasibility of the project if the fees are not waived. In terms of the White's request, we believe that all of these factors militate towards a fee waiver in the full amount requested, which is $186,890. As I mentioned, 100% of the resident units will be deed restricted to lower income units. The first housing project in the town's history that will have a 100% affordable population. In addition, the 2 units will also provide moderate income housing to town workforce. And the units, the 11 units, will be dedicated to residency by a hard to serve vulnerable population. All of these goals are important aspects of the new housing element laws that have come out recently and that we are working towards with this sixth cycle. So with that, the recommendation is to approve the request for reimbursement from the Whites. And also the council members should discuss whether the funds, if you do decide to grant the fee waiver, whether the funds should come from the housing fund or the general fund. And as I mentioned in the staff report, if you do decide that the funds should come from the general fund at this point, it is possible once the procedures for the housing fund are further fleshed out that you could then reimburse the general fund with the housing fund. We also think it's perfectly appropriate to just take the funds out from the housing fund at this point, if you so elect. And that's the end of my presentation.
And to the chair, just add for the discussion on where the funds should come from, the the projected balance for general purpose funds or non-restricted funds, the total amount is approximately $4.2 million. There are assignments within that, but those are not restricted. So I'm giving you the full amount. The inclusionary in lieu fund is with the addition of the subdivision amount that we received this fiscal year is approximately $4.5 million. So both funds could support this. Thanks.
Okay, questions from the council for staff. Mary, do you have any questions?
No, I have none.
What about you, Craig?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Not that this is super critical, but the attachment shows 188,000 and the request is for 186,000. I just was curious what the discrepancy was. It's not super critical. I mean, it's what the Whites were, if I understand correctly, they're now asking for 186,000, even though the letter from Jim White asked for 188,000. So that's my first question. This is the email that was attached.
Right.
It's just the numbers
Yes.
don't. They're just
Yeah.
Right.
It's not a huge difference here. I mean,
$1,500, yeah.
yeah,
Right.
at the end of the day, but just trying to understand.
I think at one point there was a discrepancy on the amount of the fire district fees, and we went back and forth on whether those should be included. Our current recommendation is that you should include a waiver of the fire district fees. And so let me look at that attachment again, but I think it would be the 188.
Okay, because that's what I was going to ask next, is it seems like it's awfully close to the Woodside Fire Protection District fees are around $1,450,
Yeah.
something
That's
like
it.
that. So somehow it seems awfully coincidental. So
think
it
you're
seems
right.
like we took that out. And so my second question then, have we asked Woodside Fire Protection District whether they're willing to contribute to a worthy cause as well?
We haven't.
Okay. And then my last set of questions is, are there two funds in play here, the in lieu fund and the inclusionary housing fund? Or are we just giving the same fund two different names? Because I'm losing track of all these. Like, what's the name of this fund that we have and how much is in it?
Yeah. I'll let Jeremy mention, or describe the name of the fund. We call it in lieu fund. We call it housing trust fund. We call it inclusionary housing fund. We call it sometimes BMR fund. So, I apologize for the different descriptions.
Yeah, the term through the chair, the term that we use most often and the term that's in our budget in other places is inclusionary in lieu. But they're all
Inclusionary
in lieu, inclusionary instead of fee.
Okay, well,
Obviously, the obvious, this is a question. We're going to get to the discussion afterwards. Keep on going.
Yes.
So, I mean, that was my question, and there's a slight request behind that question, which is, can we just pick a name? And just use it
Hey, but
consistently?
that's part of the discussion.
No. This is sort of implied behind the question. So anyway, that's it. Thanks, Jeff.
That's your question. Okay, so just to clarify, there's one fund and it's about $4.5 million.
The restricted fund, correct.
Okay. Yeah, that was my one question. If there's no more questions, then I'll take public comment here. Rita's hand is up. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. This request has been asked a bunch of different times, and if you see the Excel spreadsheet, and this is a great project. This is not about the project, but this is about the request. And if you see the Excel spreadsheet that's part of the packet for tonight, it just has line items, PV fees, and it's it looks like it was submitted by Carter War's office. Is there a real sheet with the request on it showing the real fees? Who signed off on these fees? A little bit of a breakdown. I'm sorry, but if someone sent me a bill like this, I wouldn't be paying it without it being clarified and broken down on what each line was. And you're asking the residents in Portola Valley to pay this, and there's no breakdown on what it is that it's being asked. And I don't see where the school fees and and do we even just reimburse for fire department fees? And my other question is, it's ordinance or code 18.34.070, waiver of fees. And in that, in the municipal code, it says that there needs to be a development agreement with the town attorney. Has that been done? Can we see that? Can the residents see that? Where it really clarifies the issue for the residents or for anyone else that wants to see it. The mixture of units by income level, the total number of fees to be waived, and not ongoing fees for future inspections and whatnot. But has that been done? And it just seems like this same ask keeps happening in different meetings, like in the finance meeting, but without clarification. And after that last agenda item, it's not clear how much money is going to be possibly left in that fund with these other items that are pending on it on our non-approved housing element. So in the end of the day, if the housing element was approved as it is, would there be even enough money for this? But my two big things is that ordinance number and what it's asking for the development agreement, and that spreadsheet, a clarification on that spreadsheet. Has it been checked by our finance department? And, without a year-end close, can we afford this? Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next up is Carolyn Bertongan. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you. I had to wait until the prompt said that I was unmuted, so I apologize for any delay. Thank you very much. I am very appalled by the reaction from two staff members. This is not a laughing matter. This is an issue we have brought up on several occasions. I think that the meeting on February 23rd clearly requested to have clear policies in place, because we want to be fair to all proposals that come to town. We also know, and I hope that new town council, and by the way, I really appreciate the members, Greg Taylor and Mary Hufty, for asking the questions, because these have been issues that we have addressed to the previous town council, and we asked for clarifications and we never got them. So it is very important that we have a very clear definition on the funds, as to call this different titles is not funny. it's not funny. The other question is, no, we also want to reiterate that the people, the residents in Portola Valley who know the Whites, we know their intentions, we're very supportive of the Willow Commons. Unfortunately, when the proposal came, there's several concerns that came up when it was proposed to the Planning Commission. We also heard from the Whites that they didn't need any help from Town Council or from the town of Portola Valley because they had enough funding. So I believe it was clear on the 23rd of February that we wanted to ensure that we have clear policies in Portola Valley. So we don't discriminate, that we don't, approve one project with the funds that are available now, but then don't have the funds available for other projects. So all we ask again is transparency, and we want to have a fair policy in place before we allocate this approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next up is Ronnie.
Jeff,
Yes,
just-
yes.
Sure, we're just FYI, we're having a little trouble displaying the timer right now. We're tracking it here and we'll 30 seconds till we'll just let people know. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Ronnie has his hand up next. Ronnie, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to voice my support for approval of the fee. Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to voice my support for approval of the fee waiver. As everyone is saying, it's a great project, and I think that the town should do whatever we can to support affordable housing. I think approval can help establish the town as a good partner on these types of projects in the future as well. And the property owners first applied for this fee waiver over a year ago. And, I think we should not delay further. I don't think that we need to wait for the policies of the Inclusionary Housing Fund to be established. I think it would be fine to take the fees either from the Housing Fund or the General Fund as Kara laid out. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ronnie. David Cardinal's next. David, go ahead.
Sure. I'd mostly like to echo exactly what Ronnie said. And in particular, I think us saying, oh, we don't want to give any money away now from a fund that's been building for 20 years and no one's ever asked for any money. It's just going to discourage people in the future. I can't imagine. I mean, literally, we haven't found a way to spend any of this money in 20 years. No one's ever asked for it before, and we've never figured out a way to spend it. So a hypothetical that we're suddenly going to spend it on something else, I think is unfair to the current applicant and is going to discourage future applicants. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up, looks like Jane Wilson. Jane, go ahead.
Hello, yes, Jane Wilson. I wanted to say that I hope that the council will vote to reimburse these fees in accordance with the terms explained earlier by Cara Silva and in line with the town's new policy. I think projects like these should be encouraged by the town council and hope to see the fees come from either bucket as long as they are paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I do not see any other hands. Oh, no, there's Greg. Greg, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, in light of the conversation in the previous agenda item, the fact that the Housing Trust Fund disposition policies have not been established and nor are settled, it'd probably be more appropriate for the funds to come from the general fund. And then once the policies of the Housing Trust Fund have been established and approved by the council, then perhaps a reimbursement from that bucket of funds be appropriate. So I think it's really more of a timing issue. But the Housing Trust Fund principles and policies have yet to be established. The other question I have, I don't know if it's appropriate, is could somebody describe the status of the project? Because it was approved over 12 months ago, and you know, the construction mobile is on the adjoining site. And so what does the town and the council know about the progress of the project? You know, is there some expectation of groundbreaking, et cetera? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Christy Corley has her hand up. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what fees you'll be giving to the ADU funds that, or ADUs that agree to be deed restricted. I just think we're going to get a lot of questions for other development, and we need to be able to think about each one that will come and what we will give accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy. I do not see any other hands on Zoom. Are there any hands up in the chamber?
No, there are no hands up.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Laura can speak to a further breakdown of the fees if you would like.
Please, yes.
Okay, so the largest piece of the fees are the building permit fees, and that number is the 143,248 and 97 cents. And that includes all of the plan check responsibilities when we actually review the plans, as well as the administrative costs, as well as the inspections while they are in construction. So that's the biggest chunk of it. And then the other items are related to the planning phase of the project. And so that includes the planner that actually reviews all of the plans. It includes our NV5, which is our engineering consultant that reviews for civil issues and drainage issues and stormwater treatment issues. It includes our town geologist fees for their approval. It includes the Cara's fees for her review. And on this one, there was quite a bit of time that Cara and I spent in advance of the project to figure out how to implement the supportive housing laws and how to line everything up. And so those other items include all of those different specialties, and then the planner that processes the project and the administrative cost of covering it. So I'd be happy to try to answer any specific questions, but I think that that helps. And we have verified those major costs, and I have the report if somebody has a specific question on the building fees specifically.
Thank you, Laura. Is there a quick update you can give just on the status of the construction itself?
Oh, sure. I'd be happy to. I've been discussing with them revisions that they need to make to the main building, because when they were evaluating it for construction, it had multiple levels, and they realized that the population that they're dealing with would be best served by a more simple floor plan and more easy accessibility. And so it would have required anyone with limited mobility to have to get into the elevator to move between those half levels. And so they are working on a redesign of the front building, and they are in the final stages of the plan check for the rear buildings, which include the residential units. So they are authorized to do site work at this time, and we expect them to be authorized to do building construction shortly on those rear buildings.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. I'll start. You know, we did consider this before, and we did. I mean, for my part, I did not actually reject it. I just wasn't quite ready at the time, but I was mistaken. I was conflating two policies, or the inclusionary fund, which we're still trying to sort of set a policy for, but also these, as Cara pointed out in this report, we do have a policy for reimbursing fee waivers for projects of this nature. And I think this project very clearly qualifies myself. So I'll be curious to hear what the two of you have to say, but I thought I'd start with that. Mary, do you want to make any comments?
Well, I'm just really thrilled that we've clarified the situation, and this is absolutely is absolutely what we should be doing. So I hadn't understood that myself, and it came quite obvious when I dug deep into the general plan that this is something we can and should do.
Okay. Craig, what about you?
So I guess my feelings on this is I would like to make sure that the amounts get verified. We brought up the discrepancy between what's on the spreadsheet. I thought Rita's comments of, making sure that these match town records, not just the spreadsheet here, is worth doing. I also, Laura was saying that a bunch of this was planning fees, and I don't know if there was any deposits in here, but just make sure we're not conflating deposits with actual costs. Other than that, the other question was about a development agreement. Is that part of the general plan, or, I mean, what was that comment related to?
Yeah, so that is addressed in the staff report, that the zoning ordinance that specifically provides for a fee waiver indicates that there should be some type of document that restricts these housing units to affordable households.
Okay, so that's the doc, and we have that already.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we have that development. I just wasn't sure if it was some broader development agreement, so.
So, and we, because this project came forward through the density bonus ordinance, we had to prepare a deed restriction. So it's not a development agreement per se, but it accomplishes the same result, which
Okay.
is a deed restriction.
Okay, then, yeah, no, I'm strongly in support of this. I do feel like it should come out of the general fund and not out of the inclusionary in lieu housing trust fund, or whatever we're going to call it. Just because we made a point of, we need to come up with our policy for dispersing that money, and I think we should stick with that. On the other hand, I think it's a great project, and I think we should support the project. So I'm completely comfortable going forward with this, as long as we do it out of the general plan, and then later we can decide if it's appropriate to reimburse the general, I'm sorry, said the general plan, I meant the general fund, whether we're going to reimburse the general fund, but that's a discussion for down the road.
And I agree.
Yeah, yeah, that was my thought too. I do think it's perfectly appropriate to spend the inclusionary housing fund money, but I agree. Let's put the policy in place and then consider backfilling it. But okay, it sounds like we have a consensus. Mary's got her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a motion to reimburse the fees.
Do I have a second?
So there may be a friendly amendment. The only question I have is, there's still 186 versus 188.
Oh,
I would
yeah.
be comfortable. Well, no, but that's not what this is. This is recommending 186, and we haven't gotten to the discrepancy. So
Right.
I'm completely comfortable with 186. But I would also be comfortable in asking Woodside Fire if they'd be willing to pitch in. And even if they weren't, I think the town could basically fill in that gap. So if you would take that as a friendly amendment, I would say, let's start with the 186. I'm willing to trust staff up to $1,500 to figure out if there's a discrepancy here, and then potentially follow up with Woodside Fire Protection if that's the discrepancy, to see if their board would be willing in the future to contribute to this as well. So if you would accept that as an amendment to your,
Yes.
yeah, okay, great. Then with that, I would
Just-
second. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
Real nitpicky thing. I actually looked through the list. The Woodside fees totaled $1,550.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's off by $100. That's what I'm saying. I can't
Well-
quite make it work.
Oh, okay. I didn't do the yeah, but I completely agree with the sentiment. So yes.
Yeah. So
So-
I would like to get the Whites, the fees that they've paid on this project.
Yeah.
And whether we have to do it and then figure out the discrepancy. So that would be my only piece. And I'm trust staff can up to 15 or 1,550 if you're being nitpicky. I mean, I'm willing to put a cap of 2,000. I mean, I just don't want it to be like, and then whatever else staff comes up with. So anything less than $2,000 in addition to the 186, 890, 37, I would be comfortable.
And
with.
allow
I
an
would
adjustment.
suggest To Mary's
How the
motion.
heck am I going to amend this motion?
No, that's the amendment. Just accept the amendment. with-
Pointed Craig, what
Yeah,
he said.
yeah,
that's
exactly,
fine.
yeah.
Accepted.
Okay, we
So
have
I'd
a,
second that.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote?
Councilmember Hefty,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor,
Enthusiastic, aye.
Mayor Alves.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0 to 2 with Vice Mayor Wernikoff and Councilmember Haskell recused.
Great, thank you. Okay. I
Give
believe,
us a second.
I believe Jeremy's pulling the recused council members back
Actually,
in.
our lone attendee in person tonight, Mr. Adams, is outside grabbing them. So just give us a
Okay.
moment.
All right.
Okay, so the rest of the meeting will be short, right? Because now we just have to talk about priorities for the
Council
rest.
priorities, sure.
Okay. You still warm? Excellent. Well, the last time I had to recuse myself, I had walked down here and I had to stand outside and it was pretty cold.
Hopefully it was a short item.
It wasn't as long as ours. so.
We'll give you the keys to town hall.
Yeah. No, yeah. It was okay. It was not a terribly cold night. It was just entertaining. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay.
We're still waiting on Judith.
Oh, Judith's not there. Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
All right, Jeff, we're all
Okay.
back.
Okay, with Judith back, we will move on to item 7, council priorities discussion. And Jeremy, Corey, take it away.
All right, thank you. Just give me a moment while I share my screen, if I can figure this out. Okay. Great, thank you very much. So tonight's presentation is actually 2 parts. And I'll go through that in just a second here. The first part of our presentation tonight is the Q2 update on the FY 22-23 priorities. Then we'll move to the discussion for the FY 23-24 council priorities, and then take any questions or comments you may have. So why did we combine these 2 potentially disparate looking items? Part of it is a reminder and introduction to the current priorities for new council members and any members of the public who haven't been following this in the past. And it's also a familiarization with the process that we've used to develop these. So there's a natural link between what the council last year agreed to as policies and potential continuation of those and other ideas that come forward. I think it's important before we get too far into this that there's a real distinction between priorities and projects. Priorities are at the high level. They're the 50,000 foot significant issue areas that the council deems as important for the focus of resources as part of the budget development process. Projects are those items, initiatives that support the priorities in their development and moving them forward. It is not uncommon to have projects that are that come into being during the course of a fiscal year or just part of what we do operationally that support a priority. So the list of projects under a priority is not ever meant to be exhaustive. It's meant to be examples of the types of initiatives that support the policy moving forward. So I wanted to make that distinction. It's very easy during this process to focus more on the projects. And really tonight's conversation is about the priorities. There may be specific projects that council members wish to introduce and support to be under a priority. But I would request that the council focus on the priority piece and then projects can be developed from there. So in the staff report that you've all read, this is, I just took a portion of it out. This is the list of the various priorities and the projects that are there to support them within the staff report. We have very detailed information. I think there's a typo that says Q1, it should have said Q2 of the progress on all of those projects and the priorities that they're supporting. The timing's a little goofy. We produced this document close to a month ago, and I think we actually moved it off an agenda. So there's actually a few items in there. I'm not going to get into too specifics that are actually a little further along. We'll just update those in Q3 for you. But what I'd like to do at this point is, answer any questions that you might have on progress and if there's any clarifying questions on individual projects. It's probably best for an offline dialogue. We don't want to get too bogged down into that. Happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Are there questions?
Yeah, so this would be questions on the Q2 update in progress on priorities.
Well, I got one just quick one. There's actions, projects, and programs, and maybe I've been hanging out with the CEQA stuff too much, but really, what's the difference? Like, what's the difference between an action, a project, and a program? And why do we have 3 of them? I mean, why can't it just be 12 projects or something?
We can clean it up. Technically speaking, sometimes it's not what someone might define as a traditional project, if you will, but it's all meant to describe the same support mechanisms. Project is the term that we use most commonly for this. We can clean that up.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know if you were trying to call out a distinction.
No.
Okay. I can't see you very well, so I'm just going to go down the line as we talked about. Mary, do you have any questions?
I don't think so, not so far.
Okay. And Craig, was that your one question or do you have others?
On the priorities, are these in any kind of order or are these just the 5 priorities and they're all sort of equal?
They're essentially equal, but there sometimes are priorities that take a little more of that quality, if you will. The council over the last few years has certainly identified emergency preparedness is a significant priority, but we tend to treat them all fairly equally. Okay. I can go back on my slide to show.
Craig, did you have other questions?
No, I think that's it. I mean, because Jeremy, you didn't want to have a discussion on the accomplishments and the upcoming milestones, right?
Well, I don't want to.
I mean, you're willing to, but your goal was not to go through them. It was just to sort of say, this is the general structure that we're using.
If there's clarifying questions from council members, it's probably just easier to take those offline than to go down the list now. But again, happy to entertain any questions you've got.
Okay, Judith, what about you?
Sure. So for the priorities, how stable historically have these been? How much have they changed over the years?
Some of them have been priorities for a bit of time. Certainly emergency preparedness has been a priority for a few years now. The operational service delivery enhancements, I think, is the last 2 years. We've had it under a different moniker, a little different last year. And I think this is a good question certainly from the perspective that it is totally appropriate to have a priority that lasts multiple fiscal years. There's no issue with that whatsoever. Especially if it's particularly defined in a way to reach certain goals. So a couple of these have been around for a little while. The diversity, equity, inclusion, that's relatively new. Land use projects and programs, I think is about 2 years old. I think we had a version of that last year that was somewhat similar. Sustainability has always been in here, whether it's been called out as its own or part of other priorities.
Thank you.
So could I ask a follow-up to that, which is how long have you been doing this process for? I thought this was a relatively new process.
It is, it's actually, I think this is the 7th year. So it's still relatively new to this organization. And it's over time. What's really new is the tracking on a quarterly basis. That's new this year. And as the council has gotten more comfortable with this process, it's certainly matured a bit more. It is much more linked to the budget process than it had been in the past. But yeah, about 7 years now.
I just had that one follow one.
Yeah. I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but the wildfire and emergency preparedness, unless I missed it, the evacuation plan is not on here. It is? Okay, did I miss
The
it?
third bullet, evacuation study implementation.
1F.
Okay, but that says you accepted the study. But what I was looking for is a subsequent plan, like,
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the study that was accepted by the council last July had a series of potential mitigations. The Emergency Preparedness Committee did an analysis and provided the council with an update. I want to say it was October of last year. Staff and a subcommittee of the EPC are working closely on 14 specific items that were called out from the evacuation study that are in various stages of implementation. It was prioritized by the EPC and highest, high, and medium. We're actually planning to come to council on March 8th, I believe, to give an update.
So would
And-
that be an upcoming milestone?
I'm sorry?
Would that be an upcoming milestone?
There's nothing in particular with that date. We just wanted to start giving some updates. Some of the 14 action items have actually progressed fairly significantly. So we want to start giving those updates.
I mean, I guess I'm trying to follow on what Judith is asking is the evacuation plan, is that an upcoming milestone? I'm just looking at the structure
plan
that you have
itself.
here.
Yes. So this is a little nuanced. So the town does not currently have what I would call a consolidated evacuation plan, but the components of what our evacuation plan is are on the town's emergency preparedness site, the webpage that we have. I have actually drafted a potential evacuation plan that brings all of those elements together into one document that I provided to the fire marshal in December. And he's been unable to move forward on it on other items that he has. So the goal that I've discussed with the EPC is to try to get something in place before the traditional start of fire season. I think the draft, I suppose I should say this because it's my work. I think it gets us there, but certainly the fire marshal needs to review it before it can move forward any further.
Yeah, so I think all I'm asking is it feels like it ought to be in the upcoming milestones so that we can look and see what stuff you're working toward. And it sounds like you're working toward this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not able to look back at that since I'm sharing my screen. I'm not able to.
Oh,
look
got
back,
it.
so
Okay,
that's
yeah,
the
I'm the only thing.
problem I'm having right now.
Yeah, so got it. Sorry. So under wildfire, the upcoming milestones are complete the state managed safety element and adopt the updated fire codes. That's the only two things under upcoming
gotcha.
milestones.
I'm
So that's
following
why we were pushing on it.
Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing here so I can take a few notes if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, and
Yep, that's fine.
where I was trying to get to was you have the table summary of project status. You've got 34, and I didn't add them all up. The significant accomplishments and upcoming milestones. those aren't supposed to be comprehensive, right? Because you've got 34 projects and it looks like you're reporting on fewer. So how did you select the accomplishments versus milestones? They're just a judgment call on how significant they are?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Sarah, did you have questions on this part? of the,
I have more comments than I do questions. I have one question, and it's just because I am going to pull out a detailed one. So apologies for that. It's the VIOP, just because I know that that was something that Melvin was working on. And this is having basically currently my understanding is any calls in to staff that are working hybrid go into voicemail. And so I've been trying to figure out when we're going to get call forwarding.
So you meant VoIP. Is that what that?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
So this may be a wonderful opportunity for me to reintroduce our interim assistant town manager, Corey Stalker, who's been with us all of 2 weeks. This was an early assignment that I gave to her to follow up on the work that Melvin had been doing. And we actually have a potentially a little different path. You want to describe that briefly, Corey?
Had a few meetings with Stepford, who does our IT consulting, and we have a few quotes right now for VoIP phones. But we do want to ensure that our staff would have the full capabilities should they be working remotely to not only be able to access voicemail, but be able to answer calls wherever they are, maybe without a physical phone. So one of the channels that we're looking at is a Microsoft Teams phone option. We use Microsoft already. Teams is a chat module. You can also do file sharing, et cetera. And given that Teams phones would allow us to use our laptops like a phone, you'd be able to call out like normal. We would port the phone numbers through Microsoft and be able to utilize that. So no matter where staff is, they can get a call through their laptop, an app on their cell phone. Should they want a physical phone, it's much easier to move the phone lines around. So that is another channel that we're looking at, considering in a previous organization I worked for, it was pretty successful.
Great. Thank you. That sounds great.
Yeah, this actually might, at this point, move fairly quickly, given the work that Corey's put into it. So we're timing it to some extent with the rollout. It's an internal thing. We're moving away from traditional desktop computers in town hall to issuing everyone a laptop with the docking station. And that, amongst other things, what that helps with is we no longer have to VPN in. That's a challenge. So those they sort of go hand in hand. Thanks, Corey.
Okay. Were there other council questions? And Jeremy, just because I'm tired and I'm not sure I understand, were you going to give like a separate sort of report? We're going to have a separate presentation just to tee up the second conversation? Was this just a presentation on the? Okay.
Yes, this is
So
just the first half, and the council doesn't need to take any action on this particular part of it. It's just
Okay.
accepting the report.
Is it
Okay.
too late for me to give comment?
Wait, we're still in question.
Oh, questions. Okay. Oh, well, my question is exactly the same one that Judith. Are these priorities what we're going to carry forward, or is there room for changing priorities? And
That's
when
the
does
next
that happen?
conversation.
That's the next conversation. Yeah. So I will.
Jeff, hey, Jeff, I just had one more. Is
Okay.
there,
Yeah, go ahead.
if I wanted to understand what was going on, because again, this feels like the highlights. Like if I wanted to understand what the projects are and what was being done on them, is there another document which is sort of full of detail rather than the summary detail?
So this is, yes, it may not be as comprehensive as what you're describing, but it's the initial FY 22-23 council priority document. There's a 2-pager that we have that describes some of this. So there may be some detail that isn't captured there. So why don't we just talk offline if there's some specifics, and this is really iterative for us. Since
Sure.
we've never
Yeah,
done this
yeah.
before.
No,
So this is the kind of feedback we're hoping for, that there may be more detail that we want to include in future versions.
Yeah, I mean, it's got 28 projects in progress, and it'd just be at some point, it'd be nice to be able to drill down and understand what those 28 are and what we're doing.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take public comment on this section, and then we'll move on to the discussion of the coming priorities. So I have two hands up in Zoom. First is Rita. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. About the voice over IP phones, are we would be covered depending on where somebody has that type of level conversation, business conversation on insurance and liability, depending on where they take those calls, and how much would that Microsoft project cost when we, is that a cost that we can bear? And I just want to say that council members have a fiduciary responsibility to fiscal responsibility. And with these 28 projects that were on your slides, I was just really surprised that, the audits, the year-end financials, that was not at the top. And with 28 projects and, the need to pay them and not much transparency on how much things are costing right now, I'm surprised that's not just the watermark on each of those pages to do the audit and finances. And I don't think the 2021 audit, no one's talking about that, has started. I know they were waiting for the year-end financials to be able to start that one, and haven't heard anything, but I'm just surprised not to see that as a top priority or the watermark on the pages. Thank you.
Jeff?
Jeremy, go ahead. Do you want to?
Through the chair, page 42 of the packet.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
under operational and service delivery enhancements.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Carolyn. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Indeed, if we would have public comment on that project, I think we need a public meeting for that, because 3 minutes will not only update the new town council of what has happened in Portola Valley, and because there's a disconnect between what is being reported by staff and by previous town council and what we as the residents have experienced. Secondly, I want to remind you, when you look at that report, many of the committees have not participated in this. And one of my committees that I have tried to be a member of is the Bicycle, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. They have a very important role in Portola Valley. If I can remind town council, in 2017, the town council took money out of the reserves. I cannot mention the exact amount, but it was substantial. I think it was over 60,000 to conduct a study. It was approved in 2019, and the town council approved improvements on condition that the crossing by Woodside Priory and Corte Madera were removed. We're not there yet. And so we would like to understand why these committees are not participating. Secondly, if you recall, yes, evacuation is very important. We have stressed that out, but also the microgrid and emergency shelter have been a priority before 2015. And for some reason that got sidetracked, and then PCE became a priority. Peninsula Clean Energy became a priority, and that took off. But we never resolved the microgrid and the emergency shelter in Portola Valley. So I hope you will ask committee members and residents to provide you with input and with information, because this report is not complete, and we can provide you with the upgrades, or we can provide you with updates that we feel in this town that have not been reported and that are not consistent with the report that you see tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Are there any hands up in the chamber?
None.
Okay. that case, we will move on to the second part of this, which is the future priorities. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there should be discussion here. If
Oh,
there's-
sorry.
And while it doesn't require formal action, but just an
No
accept-
formal action, but we should, okay, discuss.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Mary, do you want to start with comments?
Oh, I don't have any particular comments yet.
Okay, Craig?
I like the process. I think I generally understand what's here. I'm just not quite able to reconcile. And maybe I'm just missing something, so I'll catch up with Jeremy. But yeah, I think it's good. I would like to see that if we're going to have 5 priorities, that we actually order the priorities. I think that there is an order here, and maybe it's a tiered ordering. I'm okay with that, but wildfire and land use to me are substantially different than diversity, sustainability, and even operational stuff. I mean, they're all important, but if you had to choose one, it's the whole lifeboat thing, right? You're going to toss somebody out of the lifeboat. Like wildfire ain't it. So I want to make sure that when staff gets direction, that it's clear to them which are sort of the top tier. So, and you can kind of see it by the number of projects that are underneath them. I mean, sort of just roughly, operations is kind of a catch-all, so it's sort of big, but you do see for wildfire and the land use one, both of those have a number of projects underneath them. So that would be the one thing I'd like to see a little bit different.
Okay. Sarah, or Judith, sorry.
Thanks. I'm having a little trouble mapping the first part to the more detailed part. I'm typically challenged with charts, however, admittedly. But I do think we can work offline on what might help to make this a little simpler for me to review. But I do think there is some sense in operational and service delivery enhancements doesn't actually sound like a home for finance and audit, and yet it is in fact.
Yeah.
So I think it would benefit us from breaking out operational and service delivery enhancements. The financials are indeed very important. We do have responsibilities. And under that, related to that can be inclusionary housing. So, not that we're going to change this year's, but those are things if you've actually considered doing in the past, would love to hear if you concluded it didn't make sense to do that, but those are items I'd like to consider. And the priorities, 5 equal priorities is tough for everybody. So I do agree on a weighting. I don't know if it's got to be numerical order, but some of these are, life and limb, and others are very important for the community. So I'd also be curious if that type of prioritization would actually help staff, or if it's what staff's perception of, is there confusion that arises from 5 equal priorities? I guess I'd like a little bit of feedback on that.
So Judith, can I ask you a question? Do you think that the thing to order is the priorities or the projects within the priorities?
I think they go hand in hand in a way, because I don't know how this is divided, how they divide and conquer, right? I think the priorities are key. Within that, I don't want to get into micromanagement of how they fit, but I would imagine that if there's a limited amount of bandwidth, as we typically see at certain times of year, at least, that to be efficient, I would think staff needs some direction on where to put it. Is it project 1 of priority 1 or project 1 of priority 3? I don't know. And I'm very interested in hearing operationally if that's a factor, I want this to work well, and I want my comments to be helpful, not confusing or confounding. So love to hear the feedback from staff and.
Do the chair.
Jeremy, do you want to respond to that? Yeah, please.
Yeah, and Corey, you've worked on these issues in other jurisdictions as well. So if you've got something that you'd like to share, please feel free to do so. There's a lot of different ways to slice and dice it. So
Okay.
this isn't, I don't think there's any one way that's preferable or better than another from necessarily from an operational standpoint. The analysis that we try to do on an annual basis is that when we get this feedback is to come back and be able to say, we think we can accomplish all of this next year. And then we have these check-ins with you to let you know how things are going well or they're not going so well. I think that from the perspective of a document for public consumption for a resident to understand, some additional prioritization could be very useful. So there could be that sense from the council's providing a sense of where they really want to see the resource spent. But just having done this here in other places, there's nothing inherently challenging with having 5 equally important priorities. That's fine.
Okay.
And it can get a little tricky sometimes when you've got 5 priorities, but 2 are real priorities and 3 are less than priorities. I find it easier just to know that these are all important and we're working on them moving forward. Corey, do you have anything you wanted to add? Not to put you on the spot, but if you have anything to add.
No, I echo exactly what you said. I have found that most of the time, all the priorities are equal. Otherwise, I would hate to see any priority not get any focus because the attempt to finish all the projects within the first 2, let's say, I would hate that something else to lack because of that. And I've seen all 5 be equal and it's been very successful.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just say that within each of the 5 priorities, obviously some projects are very urgent and are important, others aren't. So there's that level of sorting within each priority. And then obviously certain things just get partitioned based on certain people are dedicated to working on certain priorities. And so some staff members function across different categories and have to prioritize things, but some people are very clearly focused on certain priorities or within certain priorities. So having done this now 7 years, which I didn't realize, we've had it's been a very iterative discussion, and I think every year we come up with we find some level of guidance that sort of staff can do and doesn't feel like they're too busy reporting to us, but is getting the work done. So. Sarah, did you have any comments or?
Yeah, my comments are really on the format. It's kind of piggybacking on some of the things Craig made. First, just for clarity, my understanding is the setting of strategic as priorities has been going on for 7 years, but outlining projects and doing them in a tracking methodology in this framework started last year. And so this template is the first iteration of first attempt. And I think it was an awesome first pass, and I'm so glad we now have it. But I think, the expectation when we came out with this was that we were going to iterate on it. I agree with and I'll just, there's more detail here, but just in general, the way this is looking now with status, when you read it, if it says in progress, you don't really have a sense of, okay, does that mean we're going to hit our goal of that date or not? And so I think when we think about refining this, it's kind of having a sense of, are we on track to meet it? I've seen some of these that are as simple as codes like green, yellow, red, like we're in trouble, we're not going to hit this, or green, we're smooth sailing, or what have you. There's a million ways to indicate that. I also think that just kind of refining the wording, tightening up the language. I think some of these, probably a handful of them probably could even be consolidated. So just what are ways to kind of make this a more streamlined document, but then also having the right detail to get the information that you do need. Because my comments are a strange combination of saying synthesize a bit, but then also, in an update or next steps, perhaps, there could be more specificity there. And I appreciate that Melvin was probably trying to update this on his final days going out the door. So I completely am just happy that he was able to get to it.
Well,
So,
and this, thank you for those comments. This is the role of the assistant town manager in this process is to pull together what all the staff have put into the system. So if the lead, it's listed on the left, they're the ones who put that information into Asana. So we haven't, I haven't spent any time to try to maybe make that a little more harmonious, if you will. So that I think that's part of the iterative process. But I follow what you're saying, and what we want to be able to do as we're figuring out how to do this on a quarterly basis. And this is the great challenge, is that a year ago, this all sounds reasonable and it makes a lot of sense. And then a million things happen, right, over a period of time. And like Sarah is especially probably fond of hearing me say this, that, I'm always nervous about dates, just from the perspective that every time I seem to put a date out into the world, no matter what I try to do, something makes that date more challenging. So I tend to look at the dates, and this is for topic conversation, not that, this is going to be done absolutely on that particular date at that particular time. It's more, this is where we think things are going to be going. And, obviously over the last year, things have come up that we didn't anticipate that changed the trajectory. At this time, it is our belief that all of these projects that are listed will be completed in the fiscal year. I don't have anything that indicates otherwise. And if I did, I would put that in bright red letters at the top of the staff report.
thank you.
Okay, are we is that enough discussion of the update? Are we ready to move on?
The only thing I would comment on is one of the callers said we should get committee input, and in the January 25th meeting, we heard from 9 out of 19 committees and commissions. And I assume that the others are free to submit, contact us, and there will be an iteration of items that they want to add to our priority list, right?
Yeah, so there's a couple of the committees that didn't attend. I've already been in touch. A few of the committees that came to the meeting hadn't finished that work yet, so we're expecting to get feedback from them imminently. So that's what we'll be processing for you on March 8th. So it sounds like the council's accepted the report. So with your permission, Jeff, I can move to the second part of this presentation.
If there's no objection, then yes.
All right. So my part of the presentation is going to be relatively quick, because the interesting part is the discussion that the council is going to have. So I'm going to keep this fairly brief. So hopefully folks can see this. So as a reminder, the development of the priorities is the foundational is foundational to the development of the budget, next year's fiscal budget. This is the calendar that we're using for this year. This looks very similar year after year. The dates change very slightly. So we're in the second part of a 6-part process. So to describe this further, once the council's adopted priorities in the March timeframe, staff is at that point really starting to think about their budgets. Each department has a responsibility to input their budgets into the OpenGov system. And this is a critical component of developing that budget. So typically, what I would normally do is work closely with staff to provide a series of suggestions to the council at this point. In talking with the management team and in recognition that we have 3 new council members, we thought it made a lot more sense to not do that and really just step back and listen to what the council wished to discuss. So as you saw in the staff report, there's no staff recommendations at this time. We are happy to provide them, whether it's related to a priority or perhaps a project or projects at some point later on down the road. So please feel free to give us that feedback. Once the discussion is completed tonight, we'll go back and do an analysis on cost, time, resource, and let you know if we realistically can accomplish all of what we're hearing in the next fiscal year, and we'll be candid about that. So we'll come back on March 8th with the draft. So really what we'd like to do from a staff perspective, sit back and listen to a great conversation. So with that, I turn it back over to the mayor.
Can I?
Find questions, right?
I'm having trouble.
Clarifying questions, then public
yes.
input, then discussion.
Yes.
Just to follow the same.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Mary, clarifying questions.
I don't have a clarifying.
Actually, Jeff, can I jump in and just?
Yes, please.
So in the staff report, I apologize. In the staff report on page, give me a moment. 43, the table that I prepared with the committee input. I want to be clear that just because there's not a specific amount listed here does not mean that there will not be a budget for these committees. So to give an example, Parks and Rec traditionally has a budget of $25,000 to support a number of events and the like. I tried to the best I could capture what I heard in those conversations, but there will be a budget for each committee. In previous years, it's been in the, combining all the committees, $65,000, $70,000 range to support the suite of activities that they do. But I wanted to point that out. And then clearly there's other committees that we haven't heard from yet. And these things do change a little bit over time based on council input, committee member input and the like. But I wanted to make that point crystal clear. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think Mary had no questions. Craig, any clarifying questions?
Yeah, so you put up a schedule. My question was, where do the committees comment on the priorities? Which is different than this budget stuff. In other words, it feels to me like in an ideal process, the council would say, look, we think this is important. Those would go down to the committees. The committee could say, okay, this is what the council feels is important. And then here are ideas potentially for priorities, but certainly for potential projects that could then bubble back up so that when we have that discussion on the 8th, we would be getting the input of the committees as well as just the council. And I didn't quite understand from the schedule how that works.
Thank you. Through the chair, the way that this structure is currently set up, we don't have that additional step. I think thinking for past councils, excuse me, is that there would be input at the kickoff of the process. So the council could hear the various projects and initiatives that committees are working on and then incorporate that into their thinking. If future iterations, the council wishes to have an additional step in there, we'd be happy to do that. It's not built in as such in the way that I think you described.
So can we build it in? And I want to stay in, maybe you don't have to answer that. Maybe we can get in the discussion where we can get more.
Yeah, let's
insight.
discuss that. Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. I realize that it's a question, but it's going to rapidly turn into the discussion. So
yeah,
that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Judith.
My question is more around how you want to run this discussion, because there's a lot of information here about what's been going on and what's been achieved. We're trying to look forward. So Jeff, I don't know how you want to eventually structure the discussion, because I could see it going in a lot of different directions and I want to be focused on what's most useful here.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is going to be kind of, I think it should be kind of free form. I think, I mean, you're getting, what's, probably your first detailed look at the full set of priorities and how we've been doing it in the past. And I guess the first question, when we get to that point, I'll ask you is does the way we've been doing it make sense to you? I mean, we've already had some questions about why we're doing things that we're doing. And I just think, we should be willing to step back and look at the whole structure and decide if this is the way. I mean, so I don't know where that's going to take us. I think, you know, I guess, I mean, the value of doing it the way we're doing it tonight is that you've seen the, you know, an update on what the previous council had said in a process previous council has done. You know, it's time to start thinking about, you know, anything you want to do differently, anything you think is, I mean, you've asked some questions and I'm sure there's other things that will come up. So I don't know where that discussion is going to go. So I don't know if I can structure it very much, but I do think it should be kind of wide ranging. And I think we should step back and just, you know, this is the time for us to look at the whole structure and see if it makes sense.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So
Sarah,
can I add on to that just before we go to Sarah, because it's related? Are we only talking priorities tonight? Like, are we only talking the 5? So we're not talking about projects underneath. We're just trying to talk about, so when were we going to get the projects? And that's, again, going back to my question about the schedule. I'm still a little confused about how the document we're seeing here from, you know, this year is going to get created for next year, given that calendar you showed me. Like, where are these projects going to come from in this process?
So tonight's primary focus should be on the priorities.
Right, got it.
There may be specific projects that council members are interested in describing and talking about tonight that they believe support the priority. And I think that that's appropriate. But it shouldn't be, the conversation should start from, here's 15 projects, what bucket are we trying to put them in? That doesn't tend to be a productive conversation. Part of what staff does is then to look at what the council has said, look at what committees have said, and provide some staff input into here's the mix of projects that you could theoretically adopt as part of the adoption of this process to support those priorities. So that's how we've done it in the past. And there are some ones that are just obvious, you know, things that are ongoing, things that are going to take a little bit longer, things that we've identified that we think make some sense. The second part of the conversation that comes next month, I think, provides for that robust piece. So I don't want to preclude you from having a project conversation, but especially if it's something that is really critical. But that's how we've done it. So that's what I'm proposing tonight.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is at the next meeting, we would get a list of projects that staff's proposing, plus whatever projects we propose tonight, plus whatever projects we propose at the next meeting. Is that where the projects are
Yeah.
going to materialize from?
I think that's right. And if I can, let me just do this real quick. I will show you, Jeff, if it's okay.
Go ahead, please.
Share this. So I'm going to share our current, the council's current priorities. So there's a document that's prepared. We bring this in draft form. We're going to do this a little different this year. This was our first attempt at this. So we come back with a version of this supported by a staff report that can get in some level of detail. And then we say, are we on the right track? Is this what you're looking at doing? So this is how it was ultimately adopted for this fiscal year. So, you know, brief description of what the challenges or what the council is trying to accomplish by prioritizing this particular area. And then those projects that, you know, that the council believes can support that. And it's that mix. It comes from various sources, those projects.
Okay, so this is something that staff generated last year.
Yeah, based on those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
To put it slightly differently, the priorities are the what, and the projects end up being kind of the how. And so the first conversation tonight is discussing the what, and then we fill in the how a little bit tonight, but a lot, especially next month.
Perfect, thank you.
Sarah, go ahead.
That's okay. All I was going to say is that document that he was showing up there, then that is what aligns with this.
Yes, I got it. I just was trying to figure out where it came from.
Yeah.
I'm with it. Thank you. I'll catch up.
No,
It's really confusing, and it's taken us several years even to get to this point. So, yes. If there's no other clarifying questions from the council, then I will take public comment, and then we'll come back to our discussion. So if there's public comment, please raise your hand.
You have somebody on.
So Bob.
Okay. I see Bob's hand up. Bob, come on down. I don't hear Bob. Is he?
You might,
Closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Hold the mic in your hand. Hold it.
yeah. No, you can take it out. Just lift the mic out. No,
I don't think it's on.
oh, it's definitely you, Bob. Come on.
It is me?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay.
There it is. I think
All right.
here and now. Yes. Okay.
How's that now? That
Better.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just put down kind of what a dashboard would be on some of these things on priorities. And so some of the things I put down is there a legal deadline? HCD, so that you just start to have a category, a dashboard for each one of these priorities. I said, is it a policy decision or a dollar decision? And I use that as the inclusionary housing conversation. That's a policy and dollars, but
Bob, you just cut out. I'm sorry.
You got to look right at the mic or hold it.
No, I heard like a crackling sound as if the mic stopped.
Can you hear him, Jeff?
No.
We're going to give you the other mic, Bob.
would you like me to start over
There
again?
you go. Man.
We caught like you were talking about policies versus dollar decisions, and you mentioned the housing element being the inclusionary housing fund being a policy and dollar decision. That's where I lost you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is come up with a dashboard for each one of the priorities. And in that dashboard, there's an item. And so one of them is there a legal date requirement in that item? HCD would be a great example of that. And the next one was on this policy or dollars. That would be, so the inclusionary housing fund discussion you're going to have, that would have to be both policy and dollars. The next one was how much staff time does it take? And I identified Laura's staff time as opposed to all other staff time. And then the next one I had down was, is there a non-legal deadline? For instance, is there a seasonal deadline for fire? Just something that's non-legal. And then the next one was, is it something that's town-wide? In other words, if you had something about the committees, you'd have town-wide. So I just had these and I just came up with them quickly. So I'm just trying to come up with the dashboard that you can see right away, how big an issue is it based on one of these criteria. That's all.
Thank you, Bob. First hand I see up on Zoom. I assume there's no one else in the chamber, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then the first hand I see up on Zoom is Carolyn Bertongan. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you, Bob. That was a very practical approach. But to come back to the priorities, it's very important that our committees submit their priorities, and I'm still not understanding why the committees have not reported them. I think there might be a lack of coordination between the committees. Secondly, I hope that we, the public, have an opportunity to comment on that list, and hopefully we can just give you some feedback and we will distribute it back to town council. Unfortunately, still up to now, we don't even know if our communication reaches you. It's been an ongoing problem for so many years. And so I will submit it to you, and then in 2 weeks, I will have to use oral communication and say, could you please confirm that you got my submission with my input? It's not the way that we used to work, but that's how it is. You know, besides this list, there's so many other priorities that came up because we're no longer in a drought. We now have water issues, as many members of this community have raised. We have an environmental element in our general plan, the water, the sewer, and it has never been addressed, but I think we should address it right now because there has been a lot of water, there's more water coming, and we have to be prepared. It's a cycle that we know, those residents who have been in this town for many years, we know this is a cycle we went through. So it's something we have to address, and I hope that we take the general plan very seriously. It's a very important document for our town, and that we take back local control. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Patty
Mr.
Dews. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I just want to point out that at the last council meeting on January 25th, we had an item entitled Annual Council Committee Commission Workshop that is described in the recommendation. Staff recommends the town council intending commission and committee members discuss potential priorities in council committee communications. This was information provided to all the committees many months ago. That is what we did at the last meeting. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Patty Dews is up next. Patty, go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. So I'm probably preaching to the choir, but in my prior corporate life, I sat through more of these priority discussions than I would care to remember. And I think the biggest, some of the discussions that we get into that I don't hear about here are what's not getting done, what's below the line. We keep hearing about limited staff time. That's a pretty big priority list. We can't do everything. And I think, to me, as a citizen, it would be helpful to understand not only what are we doing, but what are we trading off? What are we not doing? Because we can't do everything. Not everything's a priority. And I get a little concerned when I see things that are operational in nature, like an audit, make a priority list, because that's just the stuff that has to get done. So priorities should be strategic, and there should be a conscious decision that we are going to spend critical and or incremental resources to get them done and understand what's not getting done. Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. Next up, I see Rita's hand is up next. Go ahead, Rita.
I appreciate the comments from the previous commenters. And, I'm looking right now at the comment on page 57 about the audit. And the timeline says 9/26/22 till 2/1/2023, which I guess was last week. And, yes, this is on there. And, and as Patty says, it shouldn't be on there. This is something that should just be done. And there's so many items on these lists, so many projects. And, for the town council members that are new, I know that they've been very active in the community, and they know that these particular items have been on this list for years. Let's see if we can get some of these things either done or, with a dashboard put aside. But we've got to take care of the finances to figure out how we're going to be paying for all this when we're still taking money out of the reserves. But yeah, finances, the audit for 2021 shouldn't be on here. It should just be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rita. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the priorities should be prioritized in order of priority. And I'm interested in that you'll talk about the projects next month when we have all the housing element discussions. So I meant the projects. So I'm interested in how you prioritize the projects, because I feel so strongly about what's going on with crime right now and how we can work to improve the safety of our residents. And we've just gone through some flooding situations and what we're going to do about that. And I want to hear the projects in order, priorities in order. Yes, they change weekly, but how do they change and report back to us? A summary of the whole storm issue, 4 trees went down on main roads. 12 trees went down on trails. We're still working on it. I mean, that should be reported back out right away. So things like this, I'm interested in how you prioritize. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Christy. I do not see any more hands on Zoom, and it doesn't sound like there's any more hands in the room. So we'll pull it back for discussion here. Okay, so I guess the first question is, I guess, okay, are the priorities, is this, is the sort of high level organization of this something that makes sense to people, or is there some different way to organize it? Are these the right priorities? Where do you want to start?
And through the chair, just a reminder that this current council is not tied to using the same priorities that are currently in place. That can change them completely, whatever direction is totally appropriate.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I
Does anyone want to start?
Yeah, I'm happy to start.
Go ahead, Mary.
I've been quite uncomfortable with these priorities. I too, like Patty, have sat through too many prioritizing programs, so many I can barely remember when they all started, but we've used many different kind of strategic organizing principles. And I like the way that this is working. And I love the fact that you're open to making some important changes. The main thing that struck me when I first, 7 years ago, when we first started this process, was that we weren't really based in the general plan. We weren't talking back to our founding document. We were kind of reaching out to things that we thought might be a new priority or a new something of interest, but it wasn't really speaking to why we're all here in Portola Valley and how the document of the general plan holds us to a certain task in our organization, and how we're continuing to guide our process and our development to continue to be not at the same place, but to continue with the values that we set up for ourselves long ago of environmental, of open space, of environment, of trails, of natural surfaces, of sustainability, and a commitment to the environment. So my take is that each of these priorities should be able to show itself in our general plan. I mean, we should be able to look back and say, yeah, well, that's the reason why I feel this is a priority. Safety is a priority. I'd say safety is the number one priority, and it encompasses a number of things. It encompasses geological safety, which after Turkey, we realized that Turkey was our test case. This could be a big deal for us. Wildfire is a big deal for us. Crime is a potential big deal. It is not now, but I would prefer to have safety be the number one priority. Everybody knows about that. And so I would start with that and then make it general. And, and the other thing that struck me that could be a priority is something called resilience. So more than sustainability, we now are in an age where we think about resilience, that you have a crisis, you recover, and the crisis happens, but you recover. So fire resilience is now a very important concept, and it fits in with what we always, with the general plan. We were supposed to be producing an environment that sustained itself with watersheds, with ways of being able to respond and recover and provide environmental resources going forward to the larger community. So also maybe our commitment to the larger community. What are our commitments to the larger community? Are we offering environmental services? Are we offering recreational facilities? What are they? Because that's one of the principles of our general plan, is that we provide these services for the general community. They're not exactly what people are asking for. We're not the best at providing large amounts of housing, perhaps, but we're probably the best at providing wonderful trails and beautiful outdoor spaces and good environment and excellent management of watersheds. And we can build on the strengths we have as a community and have our priorities grow out of that and have our town flourish under that guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Craig, do you want to weigh in here?
Sure. So I like Mary's comment. I think the idea of trying to derive priorities from the general plan seems like a good one. I also think that safety is the priority, and wildfire, emergency preparedness, all those things fit underneath safety rather than it being the sort of the top level priority. I'm assuming land use is going to be the housing element, the zoning. I was wondering if it's also the place that we start thinking about sort of strategic future planning for housing. So land use then feels a little bit limited because it's not just land use, but it's really planning our community. And, you know, I don't know if that's the general plan, and we've talked about potentially doing a comprehensive review of the general plan, and I don't know if we capture it there, but I guess that's what I want. I want to make sure that we capture these things that are broader than just the words that I'm reading here. So I think those are the main thing. I mean, I like the format. I think that we can pick a few of these, and then I think it's going to be interesting to see what projects we put underneath it, because at the end of the day, the projects underneath the priority kind of defines the priority. So I think that's going to be the important part in my mind when we look at this. This notion of resilience, I also feel like is probably a pretty good way of looking at the world. So that's another thing I think it might be worth us considering. Can we figure out where resilience would fit in here? Is that part of sustainability? Does sustainability go underneath that? So, you know, that I think there's room, like the list that's here is a good list. I think we could sort of generalize the list to be a little bit more inclusive of some broader issues and maybe some more strategic issues. Thank you.
And just to clarify, by list, do you mean the list of the priorities, the list of 5, or the whole project?
Yeah, we're
The
we're
five.
talking
You're
about.
talking 5. They're talking the
our
1.
Our goal tonight was to sort of more or less talk about the 5. And I guess that was the point I was trying to make, is wildfire and emergency preparedness wouldn't have been one in my top 5. What would have been in my top 5 is safety. And then underneath safety, I would have driven the wildfire, you know, preparedness issues, emergency preparedness, earthquake preparedness, potentially flooding. So that just in terms of the top level bullet, I just would have picked a slightly different one. But yes, I'm definitely thinking about the top level. And then the resilience, you know, it feels like resilience could be our top level bullet, and sustainability could go underneath that, but other things could go under resilience in addition to sustainability.
Okay.
And then that, you know, again, just to re-echo, and then I'm hearing a comment, is I think looking at the general plan to see how say we pick 5, 5 seems like a reasonable number to me, you know, it's 5 to 7, right? Thinking about, can we look at all 5 and then look at the general plan and understand how they fit? Because like the operation and service delivery, I kind of understand why it's there. It also feels like a catch-all. And, you know, I think this is, Judith was sort of pushing on this a little bit, talking about some of the finance stuff. So I think we need to think about that one, because I don't see how that would sort of directly derive from the general plan. It probably needs to be there, but we need to be careful that it doesn't become the and everything else bucket, which is what it feels like to me right now.
Would governance cover it for you?
Governance might. Yeah, I mean, we need to be careful. Governance can mean a lot of things, so I want to be careful, but maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Jeff, I'm not sure if this is helpful, to just, I wanted to reflect on what I'm hearing so far and maybe provide another framing mechanism. I think there's something inherently unsatisfying with priorities that don't feel like they ever end. Safety is number one priority for this town. Safety is always going to be a priority for this town, but it's not necessarily defined in a particular way.
Project that doesn't, sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No, not at all.
It's the project that ends. The priority stays the same.
Right. So I've seen some examples where priorities change on an annual basis because it's focused on a particular goal. So like I'm thinking safety, if there's a particular suite of improvements to get the town from A to B, that might be one way of talking about it. So I don't know if it's helpful to think about what are some goals as well for the council to sort of, and we can pick a time frame. It can be a year, it can be a couple of years to sort of get to that place. I mean, I've certainly struggled with some of this and trying to find ways to implement it on behalf of the council because, as I said, safety is such an all-encompassing issue, and anything we do theoretically makes the town a little bit safer as it relates to a project. And is that sufficient for what the council's trying to accomplish throughout this process?
Sure. And I mean, that's why I was asking where this list of projects was coming from. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe within these priorities, we set an annual goal, and then the annual goal drives the projects. That seems quite reasonable to me. But I do agree with Mary. I mean, safety is our number one priority, and it will be our number one priority probably forever in Portola Valley. So I don't have a problem with that, but I hear you that it also at some level becomes so of course, that it doesn't help drive what we're trying to do for the next year. So I think your idea of the goals, that seems good.
Judith, do you want to share some
Sure.
thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very aligned with Mary and Craig. I think if we do nothing else, we've got to keep people safe. We've got to have a balanced budget and look at the financials. So for me, I would pick safety. I take the point of, and what are we doing about that? And I do think you want to have defined projects under that. But to me, safety is not just wildfire and emergency preparedness. There's been a lot of work done. We know what we have to do in the next year on the safety elements and wildfire evacuation, that type of thing. So for me, safety, and within that though, I think we've gotten a little out of balance, and we should take another look at how to rebalance it. In terms of wildfire is absolutely up there, but flooding and looking at what lessons we can learn from our recent experience and seeing if there's a project coming out of that would be helpful. Geologic safety, I think we kind of view that. I think my impression is, oh, we did that already, but I don't think that's true. And we've had some, minor earthquakes recently, and I think we need to keep fresh on that, because it would be very easy to say, oh, we did that in a really good way many years ago. And I'm not sure there isn't something to be looking at and refreshing there. And I would put in crime there as well. And it might not be intuitive, but it is something that, some of the stories we're seeing more recently, hopefully it's a wave that will end. But what are we doing about our relationship with the sheriff, for example? And are we communicating well and looking at the license plate readers? So those are all very important priorities for me. And if we're going to do all this, we got to have a budget that works. So I would actually have a category, pull it out and say finance, audit, revenues. We are going to have to look at those revenues. And I think looking at it both from just balancing the dollars, but also what are we trying to achieve, and do we have the wherewithal, and how do we get creative about it? That's more complex. And I think we need to get our house, in order around that. And I think we're going to have some particular challenges in the next few years. Then rounding it out, I would say, I would consider land use, environment, housing. That is kind of reflective of the general plan concept that, the land, the housing being subservient to the land, but still working for the town residents. That's a balance. And we know some of those items, projects in the near future. The others that just seemed, I wrote down, just thinking out loud here, sustainability / climate resilience or resilience generally. Those go together and they're part of our survival through climate change. And, diversity, inclusion, just, the people in the community. What else do we need to be looking at there? So those are the buckets. It's reflective of the prior. And then there's the category of operational and service delivery enhancements, which I do think is very important. Staff works extremely hard and we want to facilitate that. We want to facilitate the community having access and communications being really robust. So those are the buckets that I had, and maybe some of those could be combined, but that's how I look at it. Safety and finance, and then land use.
Would you be comfortable with fiscal responsibility?
Well, I said finance, audit, revenues as one bucket.
The priority is it the priority fiscal responsibility?
Well, yes, I mean, I can't argue against that, right? Of course, we should be responsible.
Right.
I'm just trying to categorize, like there's balancing the budget, there's making sure the audits.
For those projects.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't know how we're going to define the projects within that, but I do think a component of that is revenues. And it's been on some of these priority lists down here, and it's already out there. Anyway.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think there's a lot of consensus here. I agree with everything you said. I absolutely agree to elevate safety as the umbrella over all of the, different items within that realm. Can't imagine not having a priority around land use and planning. And I think it's an interesting thought to include conservation as part of that, which would be different from or augmenting what we had been doing before. I think that one thing I've been thinking of, and I don't know, this is a bit of a project, but it touches on, I think, a missing piece that we have is we don't really have, I know we're excited to get to this point that we are doing strategic planning annually and we're getting better in our process there. And as we're making progress, I hate to ask for more, but I think one thing that's missing is really a higher level view and really a 5-year strategic plan, because that would get at this notion of course, these things are going to carry over time. Of course, safety is always going to be one. Land use, these are not 1-year strategic priorities. These are pretty much evergreen and would probably, so I think if we start thinking that way, I bring that up because I think even operationally, when we think about our town, and maybe it's a little bit of semantics, but both from the revenue side, Judith, that you mentioned, and operationally, we need to be looking, it takes a long time to do things. We need to be looking further out. So, what are the revenues we're going to need to be able to support where we're going to be in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? And given how long it takes to do things, we need the time to really be thinking that way, in my opinion. So although that's a bit of a project, in some respects, it's kind of putting, leveling it up, so to speak, so that we can really be thinking broader. Within that, I would also say something that isn't on here is that could go into a 5-year plan is really a town center strategic plan. How are we using the properties here, space planning, the controversial pickleball, what have you. So I would, it's not a priority per se that I would add, amongst these 5 or 7 where we are right now, but I think it's the way we should be thinking about these and maybe moving to more of that, a 5-year strategic plan mindset with annual projects within that is a suggestion. I'm personally passionate about operations and service delivery, so I would definitely want to continue to see that in here. So that's kind of my comments.
Thank you.
Definitely
I-
like pulling out, sorry, I said that's my comments and then I'm finishing. I definitely like pulling out some of these things like finance audit revenues, because I think revenues is really so important and I hate to see it keep getting buried.
If I can reflect again, Jeff, you don't mind?
Yes.
I'm really appreciative of all of these comments. In particular, I wanted to talk about the concept that Sarah floated here around the 5-year strategic plan, and then combining what I've heard from multiple council members around, revenue issues and the like. I think that by far, this is one of the most important things that we can work on in the next few years. The amount of work that residents expect from us, and rightly so, requires serious consideration about what's the appropriate level of revenue that we need to bring in order to do those things. And, we're going to be in the process of developing the budget, and, I'm cautiously optimistic that we can, move away from a model that has an operational deficit as we've had this year. But all of these things cost something. It either requires, bringing in new staff, or bringing in consultants, or as Judith said earlier, not doing something. We're always going to be in a tight position in this town because of the type and quality of revenue that we can bring in. It's just different and more limited than other communities. And we do operate a fairly bare bones budget as it relates to all manner of expenses across the board, whether it's, low levels of staffing, et cetera. So I really appreciate this. This is an area that I would love to get, would gladly receive that direction to spend some time in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. I really like this discussion too. You're right that, safety is a priority much more so than the safety is a what, wildfire emergency preparedness is a little more of a how, or maybe kind of a sub what. So I feel like we've sort of identified things that we could identify as new priorities. And one of them is safety. One of them would be resilience. One of them is just land use. There's one that I would generally broadly call kind of human services. And so diversity, equity, inclusion falls under it. And so does like our various entertainment, like our classes and things. And then there's this category of sort of, I'm lumping, budget and finance along with operations into, and I'm lumping them together because the other things are sort of what, and this is last category is kind of a how, but it's the what of the how, so to speak. In that there's a set of things that safety, resilience, land use, those are all, those are what's clearly, those are things that are important to us that we always want to keep delivering. And then there's a sort of strategic planning, revenue, and operations that are just how we achieve the other things. So I think it's actually worth, it lends itself to, 5 is a good number to me in terms of there's 5 buckets that's sort of manageable. Everybody kind of visualize it. And so you've got 4 that are really sort of just the things that the sort of ideas and things we think we're here for. And then there's a 5th one, which is how to achieve them. So I feel like we've got like a sort of a structure for a slightly different take on the different set of priorities, but that sort of where I think a lot of, I think they align well with what we're currently doing, so that it's not a huge reorganization of all the projects. They just sort of might fall under a slightly different priority based on what you've defined. But I like those sort of broader categories of the priorities.
Hey, Jeff, do you think we could have something like efficient, effective government as sort of the what, and then put a bunch of this operational finance stuff in that bucket? I was just trying to think about, is this kind of a, kind of what are we trying to accomplish?
Yeah, right.
Having a balanced budget, if that's our goal, is kind of a how, or where we're going to get our revenues from is kind of a how.
No, you're right. So yeah, there is a what there. There's effective governance. And then there's what makes it, what are the things that define effective governance, and a balanced budget and stable revenue and operational, excellence are all things that define that thing. The way that, wildfire preparedness, evacuation preparedness, and geologic safety define safety, are sort of things that are hallmarks of safety. So you could say that you'd have like sort of five the five big whats, and then each of them would have some things underneath it that define what we mean by that first what, and then the projects would be in the how.
Okay, I'm getting a little lost.
Sorry.
Truth be told, no worries. I do think the budget finance, I want to see that word somewhere in the priorities instead of like, I have nothing wrong with excellence in governance or whatever you're saying, but I do think that, it's pretty simple as representatives of the public. We got to keep our financial house in order. So I do want the word to be there in one of the priorities. I don't really mind how we bucket size all of this. And I do like the idea of the buckets that you've got and the how. So I leave it to staff to kind of put this in a chart form so I can see it.
I would just bring out that the table of contents in the general plan pretty much lays out all the, there's 5 of those, and they pretty much we've touched on all of them. And so we can look at that language, and at least we then people would look at it and think, oh yeah, they're doing the government's work. They're doing what they've been asked to do.
Mary, can you remind me what those five categories are? I'm kind of my general plan in front of me.
I was hoping somebody would ask me because I was just dying to read it. Land use, the first one is land use. Under land use, they have open space, recreation, housing, historic resources. The second one is circulation. Under that, they have circulation, trails and paths, scenic roads and highways. The fourth one is environmental quality. Under that, they have safety, conservation, noise, and sustainability. We may not think these are our priorities, but they're all the buzzwords that we were talking about. And interesting that environmental quality is in this case above safety, because if you have a really safe environment, then you've got safety. So they're getting right to the cause of the safety problem. So anyway, I would just add that when we're thinking about how we make our buckets, make it so that it draws everybody back to what we've been tasked to do.
Mr. Mayor, if I can try to synthesize
yes,
what I think I've heard tonight. I apologize if I haven't captured this perfectly. Number one, believe that there's fairly broad direction to staff to show the link between the town's general plan and priorities. Secondly, there seems to be broad support for categories of prioritization, such as safety, such as resiliency, such as budget and finance related issues. I also heard some direction on, looking at the way that we've presented the current prioritization, and so like in the case of safety, use safety as the umbrella for a variety of what may be initially seem like that they're disparate, but they're issues that help the community feel more comfortable in their homes. So that can be anything from a natural disaster to public safety related issues. I heard, thank you for your patience here as I'm going through my notes. Some thinking that staff could do around goals, whether there's annual goals, some longer term strategic planning, as an opportunity to think about these things a little longer term. And then there were some issues that I think each council member brought up that we'll also attempt to place under what I think is the basic structures that's being developed here. So just, I'm not going to name them all, but just as an example, Sarah mentioned, town center planning efforts, things like that. Am I capturing the essence? Or did I miss anything really substantial here?
Well, I'm not quite sure where you bucketed it. I mean, the 5-year plan was the place where we'd start doing, broader strategic things. The town plan, a long-term housing strategy, that's what I was imagining when Sarah was talking about a 5-year plan. Because I used to always build 5-year plans that you changed every year, but it was good. It always gave you the longer vision.
Right, and I think particularly with revenue and staffing and all of that, I feel like it would be.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. Yeah. And then Judith, I was wondering on yours, I mean, would something like fiscal responsibility and effective governance get you a high enough level point where we actually said fiscal?
Yeah.
Because I think
yeah,
that's exactly to the point. Yeah, and I'm very comfortable with that as the, so.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So I was just trying to capture what Judith said. So I was just suggesting that the priority is fiscal responsibility and effective governance.
Thank you.
Since I completely agree, we do have a fiduciary responsibility as
Yeah,
council
get away from
members. Exactly.
Love to get away from it, get it home. The word, and this was not, I did not pick this up out of the general plan. It started coming to me was accountability. Which I'm not sure, I think we may have covered it, but it's we walk the talk, we walk the talk. And that sort of fits in with fiscal responsibility and accountability. I don't know, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It's also going to be in the projects,
think
right?
it's-
We're going to have a list of projects and we're going to be reporting
Yeah,
in, so
yeah,
it's
and it's-
inherent there
yeah.
too.
Accountability.
Okay, I think I have enough
Is
direction.
this the guidance? Is this the guidance you need?
Yeah, I think this
Okay.
is
Great.
fantastic. So Corey and I will pull this all together for you and bring back on March 8th a draft that I hope you will tear apart and put back together for us. 'Cause I
Yeah,
think
we
it
will.
works.
We will.
It's a good thing.
And
That's what we're here for.
Are you thinking the draft on the 8th has the projects in it, or it's going to be more, you're going to put together the priorities and maybe some goals underneath it? Because I'm just it just feels like we've done enough damage to the existing, but I think come up with a new structure and just being able to review, you're trying to pull that structure, this discussion together without diving too deep into the projects might be worth it. Because I'm worried you'll come back and you'll have pulled this thing together, you'll have some goals. And then if you go and do all the projects, we might go, yeah, I didn't quite get that one right. And then you've spent all this time working on these projects. So do we have room for a two-step here?
Sure. I mean, just so a few comments. Prior to your comments here, I would have anticipated bringing forward some projects for sure that we think can support it, and that
Fine,
the
yeah.
council would certainly augment that, and we would take a look at what the committees are also providing as well, based on the 25th and other discussions. If what you're suggesting is that there's like a further refinement opportunity based on looking at the draft and considering it, I think that's fine. I think I'm sort of speaking in a vacuum here. I think there's time. I'm not sure when the council will do that if we have 3 other meetings in March that are only about the housing element. So I want to be a little thoughtful about the timing on that. So I'd like to think about it a little bit, if that's okay. And then I can I could report back out on the 22nd as an item and just my town manager summary where things are sort of going. If that works. Okay. Thank you very much. This is fantastic. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, that moves us on then to item 8, which is council reports. So I see some reports we've got some reports in the packet. Thank you to those of you who I'm just getting up to speed on submitting these reports myself. So thanks to Judith and Mary submitted some. Does anyone want to comment on one of these forums or report on something else from the last since the last meeting?
Well, I want to report on the Geological Safety Committee because I have a couple of thoughts and worries, and because I think that I think it's important work. It needs to be done, and they need a different kind of support from than they've been getting. I think that personally, and they agreed, and they unanimously asked that I bring it to you all, that the committee be increased to 7, and that will bring the age down a bit. And I've also asked Jeremy if we could have a pair of earphones for people who are hearing impaired, so they can hear what the heck's going on. But there's obviously going to be transitions there. There's a need for revival, and they're doing good work. They've done an extraordinary job on their commitment to the safety element, and they just now are sort of getting the idea of what they can't do. They're not a research institute. They're supposed to be helping us with the governance, and they've sort of got that now, and they're doing their best. So I'm quite hopeful about it, particularly if we encourage them to increase it to 7. And we have 2 applicants. One we okayed today, and the other is going to apply so far, and we haven't started advertising.
So they're asking for a charter revision? Is that if they want their charter revised to a new membership? Okay. Yeah. So I mean, they could bring it to us. I don't see why not.
Okay.
But I think they would have a meeting. They would discuss they would basically sort of revise, like say, propose revisions to their charter, and that would come back to us, and we could approve it.
That may come out of their, so they never got termed as a charter. Well, maybe it did, and maybe I didn't pick up on it. I think they're probably ready to do that and just submit. So that would be submitted when, and how does that happen?
So if they had the discussion and there was agreement in a public meeting on a excuse me, revision to their charter, they can submit that the request at any time to Melissa.
Just do it, and it would come to us or not?
Oh yeah. It would come to
to us.
Council meeting.
It would be on consent agenda,
Right.
possibly. Okay, great. Well, that's my instructions. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay.
I've also, I would say that I've been working hard with Lucy as her liaison for diversity and equity, and they're working hard on the land acknowledgement project and the rollout of that, and hoping to have some better recommendations. They're working with all the chairmen of all the committees about the rollout of the land acknowledgement with I wouldn't say my ideas at all, their ideas of working more closely with the indigenous people of the area, and they've got some good. They're doing. They need just a little work on their structure too, but it's coming along. They haven't met in a long time. They haven't met since last year.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mary. Any other liaison reports from the council?
I've got a couple. I was remiss to, I'm sorry, I didn't do the written reports. I kind of.
I'm getting
spaced.
used to it too, so yes.
So my apologies. I'll just make it super brief. Both EPC and Open Space Committee are both working on looking at revisions to their charters. So I would expect that those will come before the council. One thing that I'd ask them is, I said, if it's a substantial revision to the charter, I don't think it should be on the consent agenda, which is something we've often done in the past. Whereas if it's just, we want to change a meeting, or even if we want to change the number of members, like that feels perfectly legit for a consent agenda. But I want to honor the charters. And if they're going to change their charter in a meaningful way, then I think it should be an item in its own right. And so that's kind of what I've asked them. If they're going to submit it, to actually submit that as an agenda item to the council. So I would expect Open Space will probably come within the next month, and I would assume EPC probably in the next month or two.
Okay. Anything else for liaison reports? Any?
Oops, Sarah had something.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Meeting I had was on Monday, so that was after the packet came out, so I guess I have an excuse for not getting mine in. Anyhow, it was my first meeting as part of the San Mateo County Library Joint Powers Authority, JPA. It was really interesting. I really enjoyed it. It's, for those of you who don't know, Jeremy has tons of background on this. He's participated a lot. 13 libraries, $80 million annual budget. And I guess 7 out of 13 are new council members. So it's a big turnout for that committee. Anyhow, the main agenda item was their mid-year financial report. They're in outstanding financial condition. So that's pretty much it.
Fun.
Yes.
Glad somebody is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one thing, which is a follow-up on one of the questions from the audience, from bicycles, from whatever it's called.
GPTS, yeah.
Yeah, that there's a complaint, we never get the crossings done. Does that strike a bell with anybody?
Crossings done.
Well, yeah, there's a crossing that's supposed to have been done at the Alpine Hills. And there's another one I heard mentioned today. Anyway.
You say done, you mean like painted or somebody standing?
No,
there, or
there's
what do you
gonna
mean?
be.
We've
Go
I can.
Jeremy,
speak
do you want to describe this?
There's
Yeah.
a pedestrian safety study that was completed at, I believe, the end of 2019. Obviously, COVID took away an opportunity to start work for a little while. Howard split the project into 2 pieces. One is the 2 rapid flashing beacon projects. That's phase 2. Phase 1 was, I'm going to get the number wrong, somewhere between 9 and 13 intersections in town where we repainted and kind of reconfigured the pedestrian experience. That was done as part of last year's paving project. And actually, I have to give staff a lot of kudos here. These changes, although they're relatively minor, maybe subjectively minor, could have a significant impact on people's understanding of the aesthetics of the community. So there's an incredible amount of outreach to get people up to speed on what was happening. This year, Howard is doing the planning work for the rapid flashing beacons, and I would anticipate them being completed in the next fiscal year.
The next fiscal year?
It's, yeah, it won't happen in the next 5 months.
Sometime starting in July. No, I mean, that's the next. fiscal
Thank
year.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay.
And is this something that's already approved? I mean, I don't know, maybe there's a different place to discuss this, but this is all approved.
Yeah.
And we're just eventually getting to it.
Implementation. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Other liaison reports. Okay. I'll take public comment on liaison reports. Christy Corley, go ahead.
Thank you for mentioning the crossing, the crosswalk.
Christy, we're having some trouble.
I'm having trouble hearing you, yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Let me get in a different
That's
room.
better.
You're sitting up.
Got at it. out of range there. I just wanted to mention those crossing beacons. I've been asking for them since you got the grant approved and the money in the bank. I'm not seeing any improvements, and this is safety. So I have witnessed and helped people on a bike that got hit by a car. And I don't want to have to run out of my house and help somebody that perishes with on the crosswalk. So my husband's almost got hit 2 or 3 times. We have issues with it, and we are the first ones to run out and help people across from Alpine Stone and Tennis. So thank you, Merrick, for bringing that up. I appreciate it. I also wanted to mention at the bike committee, in November, the sheriff showed no moving violations, and in December showed no moving violations. They are unable to use LiDAR and radar because we need to get a road survey to the sheriff, which is required by California, and they can't use it until that report is in. So if we want to complete that report, the sheriff will be able to use LiDAR and radar. And that is the most important safety thing that I can share with you from that committee. I hope that these 2 items can go forward. Thank you.
Christy, we can barely understand your
really?
comments. You sound very muffled at your end.
You're fading away, yes.
How's this?
Much better.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, so did you hear anything I said? I'm for
Yeah, we-
getting the crossing.
We heard- Yeah, we heard most of it. It was just muffled. And
Okay.
maybe you could
so-
just repeat the
so
very
we need
last.
To get, what I learned from the bike committee is we, bike pedestrian traffic safety committee, is that we had no moving violations in November and no moving violations in December. And we cannot, the sheriff cannot use LiDAR or radar because we haven't turned in a report, a survey that's needs to be completed from our town, and then they can start using LiDAR and radar. So this has to do with safety, and I really hope that you can move ahead with this report and move ahead with the crosswalk safety, even if it's flags, because I have sent links on how to implement flags. If you cannot do the crosswalks correctly with the lights, can you at least get flag system going? Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Caroline is next. Go ahead, Caroline.
Thank you very much. I think this town council meeting made a lot of progress. I'm very happy that they finally realized that safety should be a priority. That's why I question why the safety element is not being processed and again is being handled after the housing element. If you really understand the general plan, all these elements go hand in hand before you actually make any progress or allow any further development. And safety was adopted in 2010, is long overdue. I appreciate all the comments from town council members, and I hope you will approve our input on the staffing report. We will give our comments, and hopefully you will discuss them and not postpone them at the next town council meeting, because it's very important what is proposed by staff and what we as residents see as a result. It's really, it's horrible. So it's important that you receive our input. And yes, on the BPTS, I hope that the manager will reach out to BPTS Chair Mr. Holland, because he did not attend the meeting last week. And so on the last town council meeting, it's very important that he, first of all, discusses this during his committee, which he has not done. And so we should involve them. And yes, indeed, town council approved a study. We had took money out of reserve funds in 2017. Then we allocated $285,000 to implement the improvements, and we're nowhere. Repainting crossings to me, is not an improvement. Well, it is an improvement, but it does not improve safety. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I really hope that you will start involving residents who want to make this a safer community. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Rita is next. Rita, go ahead.
I want to thank the residents of Portola Valley for their volunteerism. The 5 of you there taking out of your personal time. And the other ones are, employees and contractors. Appreciate your time too. It's time away from your families. And this is really important business. This is very serious. People are up till midnight, 1 a.m. participating and saying a lot. And in the past, of course, the minutes haven't always reflected what the residents are saying. And we really hope that, this time it's put in there, and, what we say or emails that we send or letters that we send are acted upon, and the questions we asked are answered or compiled some way and then answered, in a future date, but at least not ignored. And I had attended the geological safety meeting yesterday. I think people that attended yesterday were so concerned about what had happened in Turkey and Syria. My friends there are definitely suffering that are there. And that poor meeting, it really had a hard time because of the technology. Things weren't updated in the meeting room, and the group was not tech savvy in that way, and the meeting went forward. I don't know what the recording might look like, and hopefully it is posted, because there were so many important things that were there, and this is a timely matter with this earthquake. And hopefully our building processes are so much stronger, but I really feel for those people. But it's let us know with the recent earthquakes we've had how important that group is. And I hope that group can get some help with the technology for future meetings, especially since March 1st, they all have to be in person. So thank you for listening, and thank for what you do.
Thank you, Rita. Okay, that wraps up the liaison reports. So it's on to the town manager report. Jeremy.
Thank you. There we go. As council knows, in the last month, we've had 2 residential burglaries on Golden Oak. I've been speaking with the sheriff's office about the progress of those investigations, and also encouraging an opportunity to have a public meeting. And the sheriff's office last week agreed to that. They've got a couple other ones that Lieutenant Myers is doing. There's one in Woodside, and I think there's one in Emerald Lake Hills. So I'm hoping in about 2 weeks, we'll have a meeting here in town. We will obviously promote it very widely, where residents can come speak to sheriff's deputies and potentially one of the detectives that's involved about any questions that they might have. As you know, we finally were able to hire a finance analyst. Carpenter started on Monday. So it's day 3. So I don't have much to report other than we're very happy to have him on board. I, with Corey, visited Jasper Ridge today to meet with the new executive director and staff scientist. Staff scientist previously worked for San Mateo County Resource Conservation District. It was good to catch up with them on fire mitigation efforts and some of the other major projects that they're conducting there, including the long-term work at Searsville Dam. As you know, that's going to eventually go away. And this is my final item, I'm very excited to publicly announce that an item that the Emergency Preparedness Committee has been working on, which was a mailer to every resident in town with evacuation related materials that could come in a couple forms, physical forms to put on go bags and other places in one's house. The Woodside Fire Foundation has agreed to fund that project completely, including the mailing. So we'll be moving forward on that. And I'm working with them on other potential opportunities for funding great projects in town. Really thank Patrick and the rest of the board at the foundation for seeing the import of this work. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council on Jeremy's report?
What do you say about taking the Searsville Dam down?
They didn't say a whole lot other than there's more coming, many years. So there's a working group that I'm a member of. I believe they're meeting at the end of March. So we'll get an update on where things are.
Not much less. Of the lake.
And there's a lot of water out there right now. The water after the storm was spilling over the sides of the dam, but they haven't seen it in a very long time. It was pretty incredible.
Okay, if there's no council questions, I'll take a public comment on Jeremy's report. Rita, go ahead.
I just want to say that there was also a robbery on off of Arrastradero, just on the Santa Clara line. I received a ring report and I shared it on the PV forum. I don't know how we're coordinating that information. And then when we do have a meeting with the sheriff's department about burglaries, years ago when there were a lot of burglaries along that same road, we had a meeting in the evening with no video or anything, but residents were to leave their home and come to the town center for a meeting, which didn't make sense because it was about the same time as the robberies were happening, if they weren't happening early in the morning. And we have a lot of residents that it's hard for them to leave their homes in the evening because it's hard for them to drive in the dusk and leave their home afraid of burglaries. So if we could also have a hybrid version of that that sheriff's meeting, that would be really great for a lot of people that that can't leave their homes or don't want to leave their homes for potential burglaries, to talk about burglaries. But if we can coordinate some of that information that had happened just on Arrastradero about the burglaries, and that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rita. If there's no other comments on the manager's report, then we can move on to item 10, which is adjournment. Anyone? I think we're done here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, everyone.